She has reinitialized me. Give me a fuck.
All right, rolling initiative.
Okay. Okay.
No, I can't. Damn it.
I'm gonna get you guys.
All right, now drink the water too. That's the third one.
George, it made my weekend.
Hmm?
All right, now drink more of the beer, and then drink more of the Coke, and then drink more of the water, and then you just you just keep going. Yeah.
That made my weekend. Fantastic.
Do we need to call you a man more often? Is that...
My man.
I thought it was funny.
Oh.
Oh my god. Okay, that's it. That's enough. No more. No
Right, so
more
it's over.
from
We had a good run. We're all dead.
no
Okay.
more
We
from
won't say
any
anymore,
of
I'm
you.
sorry.
That's enough. That's enough. None of that. I'm ashamed of all of you. I love you. All right. So, oh, with that,
Sorry.
let's get into it. We're going to do a little bit of a recap of, because everyone has done something during what transpired last time. After the confrontation with Vadi, Samira being crippled, Raldak kind of uncertain in how to face a foe that seemingly wasn't able to be touched by his might. Taiga watching a friend who nearly bled out to death. Pee-wee, a ever stalwart guardian of the goddess that he worships, watching this great evil entity appear in Hyrule, his faith ever tested by it. Lorath just recently getting somebody back and having the threat of it being taken from him again. And Fallon, after all the trials and tribulations that you went through, it basically went the way you thought it might. We flash forward 3 months from that time. Over that course of time, you've all started preparing in your own way, trying to gain back a sense of normalcy, a sense of control, and learning things that are new in this world that were not happening before. As of recent, something new started transpiring. Things called storm breaks started appearing throughout the land. These storm breaks are basically the best way of putting it is like a tornado coming down and consuming part of the land. And within these storm breaks is a random act of anything. Things can happen. From nothing to the very edges of possibility. Strange creatures can appear in these storm breaks, or even alternate realities or alternate paths that might have been taken. They are now a constant threat in Hyrule for those who travel and for those who do not, because the storm breaks not only have randomly started appearing at different locations. They have kind of centralized themselves in certain locations throughout Hyrule. Reports on the storm breaks are very few and far between. No one really knows what the larger ones entail, because any information that can be gleaned is usually lost. What it is known about storm breaks is that sometimes, at least the small random ones, are usually centralized either in a location, or if the storm moves for whatever reason. If it's a moving storm, it means that it is focused on a very powerful monster. During this time, you will all learn that information, among other things. There are, during the course of 3 months, and let me roll d6 and we'll kind of go with who I land on d6 on. We'll kind of do a little recap on everything for each of the characters. I will ask questions. We will go over what your characters have done during that time and what for and for not. But we'll start from the beginning and see during those times. I gotta mute that. One moment. Where is it? There it is. Beautiful. Okay. 2, 3, 4. Raldak will actually be one of the firsts. So, Raldak, during these 3 months, you have basically saw something. You've been preparing or been waiting for, I should say, a certain event to pass. Something you read about in texts long ago. And you've kind of been looking forward to it. You kind of been waiting for it to witness this event because it's always piqued your interest. Nothing else has really captured your attention but that specific event. So you've come to the land of Hyrule to witness that event. And now that you're here and something else has transpired, your attention seemed to have shifted. New questions are now brought up. You seek new things. You are seeking not only knowledge that you're very, very capable of gaining, but new strength as well. During the course of time, you have been preparing to, I want to say, fulfill something that you and Augustus have talked about. Augustus, before his eventual demise, spoke to you about making contact with the Twilight Realm and being able to hopefully make peaceful communications between the Twilight folk and the folk at Hyrule, to try to establish a relationship between the two people that was once fractured. And he had hoped that you might be able to help him in this endeavor, as the king and queen themselves seem to have spoken about you during these conversations. You, at the time, agreed. not knowing what was to befall Augustus himself, or the time after the events of Vati appearing and causing these tumultuous events. You and Lorath have been looking into getting one of these mirrors activated. Do you guys hear that?
Yeah. Good old fun.
Good. I'm glad you heard that screaming.
All what it is.
She could be getting murdered for all I care right now. But she's dying. You've gone about. You brought 3 mirrors. 2 of them intact, and 1 of them fractured, almost not shattered, but just cracked. One mirror sits somewhere in inside Hyrule Castle itself. The other one you took to the guild, and the other one you keep around. I know we have not done anything with those mirrors yet, but if you want to bring out any point about that fractured mirror, we can always do that afterwards.
Yep.
But you and Lorath and him kind of salivating at the thought of it, talked about traversing the Twilight Realm. So, kind of putting your heads together and thinking over possible solutions, because originally Alaris was working on a way to create a method of transportation between the Twilight Realm and Twilight Realm and Hyrule. And there are notes of what he had designed and his ideas about getting one of these portals open. And upon thinking about it for a moment of time, you two decided to take the mirror into the Temple of Light, the sealed egress, where you've faced the dead hand. You took the mirror there and set up a way to reflect the light off the mirror and have the light from the mirror shine upon part of a relatively flat area, a wall in the sealed egress's trunk, which formed the connection between Castletown and not Castle. Well, technically Castletown, which formed the connection between Hyrule and the Twilight Realm. You went ahead and you traveled across to make sure if the connection was stable. And sure enough, it was, because you basically popped up onto the other side of this of the portal itself into a village, a small town that's been abandoned for, to your knowledge, a number of years. And from that area would be basically a 3-day travel from there, as you appeared on the other side of Umberville, a desolate town that the Twilight Force was slowly but surely taken over. As you kind of experimented with the mirror down there, you were beset by Twilight Wolves who instinctually did not want to approach you, Raldak, because they fear you. But the alpha was there, and they wouldn't really back down as Lorath tried to, and successfully, make himself bait. Upon finishing the battle, you've caused one of the wolves to submit and took it back to the guild. In turn, for the briefest of moments of looking away, it seemingly vanished. And then Taiga seemed to have tamed it. The wolf now attached to Taiga at almost all the time. You eventually made your way into the Twilight Realm with Lorath and Lilith. You had a small discussion with Zelda, Impa, Laurel, and Mabel was there, but she was sleeping. Impressed about how you were able to open the gate, Zelda asked that you deliver a set of letters to the king and queen of the Twilight Realm. Queen Zalith and Queen Asterisk. King Zalith, Queen Asterisk. You, Lorath, and Lilith traveled there. You visited the old church of the Temple of Hylia that Pontiff basically built himself. This old, dilapidated building that was basically your home to the two of you. And it kind of brought back these memories of days gone by. You went ahead with Lorath and Lilith and looked over the tomes that you've had. These are all ancient tomes from long ago. Some of them are a little newer than others because there was a brief period of time where the two realms did intersect and knowledge kind of flowed from there to here. And of course, over the course of histories, there have always been other interested parties that wanted to see the world alight besides you and Pontiff. But besides that, you did a little bit of research among the old tomes, kind of having this new perspective of how things were going. And you uncovered something that caught your eye. A passage that you read or heard before in your time at Kakariko kind of clicked into your head and you went, I'm bookmarking this because I believe this has to do with Vati. And you closed the book and you took it with you. You and Lorath and Lilith went ahead and visited the the king and queen in the Palace of Twilight, where they unveiled some information to the two of you. But you, Raudak, had a specific question in mind. How do I kill a god? Normally a thing that would never be answered. But seeing the potential of catastrophe that can befall not only the Kingdom of Hyrule, but the Twilight Realm itself, and knowing that once a false god intruded upon their realm and twisted the mind of those who were empowered before, the king and queen saw fit to at least befit you with the knowledge that you requested to try to find a method to punch a god in the face. And you found such a tome while exploring the library in the Twilight Realm. The information on that is still to be discovered, but you have gleaned a bit of knowledge. Information about the huge shadows is one of the first information that was bestowed upon you. There are artifacts, items that might litter the land of Hyrule that might be slightly easier to recover. One such items that you've read about is the Shadow Veil Gauntlets, which seems to bestow the Tweedly powers similar to the Fused Shadows. But that is one of many relics that might help you defeat a being of power. The last thing you were interested in is trying to be able to become a light walker, a person, a Tweedly who was not affected by the light itself. And you read into the passages of one of the last Tweedly to walk the realm of Hyrule, Midna. In her diary, she speaks of how she was able to traverse the light without being afflicted, seemingly stating that her friend, in a state of her weakness, bestowed her the power to walk Hyrule unabated, but seemingly sacrificing herself in doing so. Reading this passage, you were a bit deterred by the information because you are not willing to sacrifice someone just for your own personal gain. But the knowledge is helpful in its own right. And perhaps there may be another way to go about it. Who's to say? Before we continue off of you, Raldak, is there anything you would like to add, anything you would like to ask? And
Well, if there was anything I could search like directly in the Twilight Realm, because I have my month while they're all in
by all means,
jungle. That's what I would have been spending my month doing, was just searching for anything nearby the area that could relate to the studies.
Now, I will let you know that anything nearby, or even possibly nearby, nothing's actually possibly nearby. Technically. You can definitely go to, you can definitely search for anything, and normally by yourself, you would imagine yourself to be enough. As time has gone on and traveling with this party, you will be more aware that entering these situations, because you're searching for something to combat a deity, basically. You trying to gain any of the items or any of the powers possible to do that will be a task maybe on equal or greater level of what you just went through recently. So doing so by yourself is never feasible. And you're not a fool. You're aware of that. But if you want the knowledge and location of those places, we can say you have them.
That was the goal. So it's like, okay, gonna gather the troops and I know where to go at least.
Whenever you, and obviously, whenever you might have a bit of free time, and when everyone else is in agreement, that can be a thing to tackle in the future. Which, given the month time that you've had, it's not the most opportune moment for it.
Nope.
But it's good to know. And there are opportunities elsewhere, even away from the Twilight Realm, to do so. So those opportunities might arise. You know there is such an opportunity in the desert itself. So who's to say?
Mm-hmm.
Well, as we go forward and I unveil more of that information to you, and give you that information, because I need a little more time on that, obviously.
Yep.
You can decide which path you would like to take on that.
Sounds good.
Let's not forget that you've been trying to increase your connectivity with your inner beast and have sort of been able to do so. You feel yourself becoming more instinctual, but you never really stray from your academic nature. Being able to balance the two out seems to have pushed your goals even further. You've adapted, you have changed, as is the nature of Tweely, because once they were Hyrulean themselves, and now they are a shadow folk of people, a reflective coin of what Hyrule is, shadows. And what is a shadow but one that can easily transfigure and morph into the light around them? Anything else you would like to ask Raldak?
That should be it. Thank you.
All right. Next down the line. Samira.
That's my man.
That's my man.
That's my man.
Well, that's my Grudo buddy.
That's my man. Thank you very much. I call dibs.
That's Matt's man. And you know it. We made a trade.
Samira. Saying things have been difficult for you, it would be an understatement. You traversed the caverns underneath Castletown. You began to unveil the secrets that this town has kept. You learned of the Four Sword, a weapon that once sealed away a great evil, and later learned it sealed Vati once a time. Going through the journals that Lorath and Raldak transcribed and shared among the guild themselves, you started uncovering the secrets of the past. Your sword, Riftbound, sorry, not Bringer. Riftbound. Slotted with the time shift stone, specifically designed for it, helped you in this endeavor, as you essentially were casting legend lore on locations of importance, viewing the echoes of the past, of what transpired, of only things that you can witness. But you did learn that someone else was able to witness something similar You learned that Princess Zelda herself was subjected to these images of the past. She took you below the castle, still unknown to you why she would do such a thing. But there was a sense of trust. And you learned a little bit about your foe. After the defeat of the Dead Hand, you and everyone else faced off against Vati. And while everyone was blown away by the maelstrom of dark energy that he produced at that moment in the throne room, you alone were able to withstand it. And in that moment, you caught the Princess of Hyrule and shielded her from the winds. During that whole encounter with Vati, he saw you protecting her. And he only knew one way to separate you from her, was to separate you from yourself. And so he ripped your arm off to get to her. A devastating blow that nearly killed you, crippled you, left you there, but yet you still struggled. You still fought. Even as Taiga tried to pull you away from the scene, you were adamant. You only thought of protecting Zelda at that time. Until you lost consciousness. And when you awoke a few weeks later, you were in your room, still weakened, battered, and lost. You were hurt. Sometimes war takes away some of the most important things from a warrior, and you never really truly understood it. And that's not to be taken lightly, because war has taken a lot from you. War has taken your sister Ashani from you. You have seen the travesty of such things. But this was different. It was different and similar in the same way. When your sister died, you mourned and you resolved yourself and you built up this anger towards the monarchy of Hyrule. And that kind of pushed you and drove you further and kind of helped you sustain yourself during your mourning. This was something different. When you woke up, you didn't feel like yourself. And rightly so, you were missing your left arm. Everything you tried to do became difficult. Even holding things with your right arm seemed to be a challenge. Immediately after you awoken and tried to gain your bearings, you were kind of bombarded with all this information of the events that had been happening, and you couldn't really process it completely. And it kind of was frustrating as some people seem to approach you with this mentality of normacy when things haven't been normal. Nothing is normal anymore. Nothing, you know that you lost something, you cannot regain what you used to be. And that had settled into you. Every time someone would discuss something, you would kind of drift off. And rightly so. Lorath, Raldak, Pee-wee, Taiga, and Fallon, each in their own individual ways, try to reach you. Now, Lorath was very straightforward. If anything, he was the most comforting of them all, as Lorath himself never shied away. He knew what happened to you, and he immediately never took pity upon you. If anything, he congratulated you. He knew that even though you lost something great, that you can stand back up and continue forward. One of the most interesting and welcoming things that had ever happened from a person you weren't sure of once before, but now you have a better understanding of. Taiga and you both spoke and grew a better understanding, and upon seeing you reawaken, you saw that this extremely always positive not young, let's not say young, this young Sheikah. I was going to say young child. Remove child, we'll say young Sheikah. This young Sheikah, who is very positive most of the times, dropped his persona, basically, and showed you how much he actually cared. Whenever something goes down terrible around Taiga, he usually hides, which is par for the core, or tries to throw up this positive facade, and he is usually that beacon of positivity. You and him both comforted each other in that moment, almost as a mother, child, or a family member to a relative would do so. And you really truly begun to understand that if you were to have a younger sibling, Taiga is essentially that. Raldak, Lorath both began to help you recoup yourself, and learning a bit of information from Kazoo, you attached Riftbound to your missing limb and essentially got back the use of your left arm, but there were problems with it. Yes, you now had a limb, but it wasn't fully functional. It wasn't fully your arm. It was like a stranger who periodically would do its own thing without knowing. There would be times where you brushed against something or you moved an object with that left arm, and you will be taken back to the moment of that item's creation, and you will just sit there and kind of watch as a wood chipper will form a chair and just kind of go, well, I didn't know a lot about chair crafting, but goddamn, I'm watching this fucking Hylian put together IKEA chair, and and it's
Love
something.
it.
It's something.
It's sure something.
There would be moments of that. The arm was a stranger, and you still weren't yourself at that time. But you were persuaded to eventually start leaving the guild as Laurel persuaded you to leave. She took you to the Baron's Barrel, and it's at that point, as you were making your way over to the Baron's Barrels, and you initially on your way there, and it's part of the reason why you never really left the guild or wandered outside after the event. It's because everyone's eyes seem to be on you. And not only that, you can hear them talking about you. And you immediately thought, they're talking about my arm. They're talking about how it's missing. They think I'm a freak, this and that. And you were going into the cycle. And it was no different that day. But you sat down the Baron's Barrels. The Baron excitedly kicked out some patrons that were sitting at a table to sit you and Laurel down and have a conversation, because he wanted to know. He heard from a reliable source about what happened at the castle, and he needed to know. And so he asked. And he asked and he asked. And you answered the questions. And then people started coming. They started gathering around you, very interested. And they started asking you questions. And you just slowly and surely began to relax. And that anxiety, that feeling over the months of training with Lorath and Raldak, trying to get this feeling, this something with your arm, something seemed to unlock. And you started to realize that they weren't staring at you because you were missing arm or you were a Gerudo. They were looking at you as a symbol of hope. Someone who, by their words, was the left hand of the princess. You saved Princess Zelda from an unknown fate. And they were all looking up to you. And the simple fact that you were there seemed to inspire something. From that day forward, you started making your rounds with Laurel. Getting to know the people in Castletown a little better. And every day you go out, they will greet you. Sometimes they will bring you treats, drinks, what have you. But it has always been a bright communication between you and the people in Castletown. And it's strange because you've, for the longest time, never thought this possible. That war so many years ago instilled you with that belief that there possibly couldn't be Well, not possibly, but the friction between Gerudo and Hylian was great, but they didn't seem to care. And you started. You will never be yourself, but you can be something new. And who's to say if the new you would be better? And it's always been. It's now a new journey that not one of dread, but one of hope. As you experience these events, and as you started to regain your self confidence, your self esteem, your sense of self, there was a moment of time where you eventually were able to speak to Fallon. And Fallon himself has been busy. Ever since the event, he's been almost exclusively by Princess Zelda. He has been her bodyguard, essentially. And there was a moment where Laurel said that during one of his time guarding the princess, that it would be a good opportunity to do so, to see him and talk with him, because he's been eager to see you and speak with you and try to help you get past your dilemma. And you've been avoiding Zelda herself. Not purposely, but kind of subconsciously. And anytime that you were to go to the castle for whatever reason, you kind of avoided it. But you changed, you had a different mindset that day. You decided you can't avoid her forever. Might as well go now. You weren't looking forward to it, by all means.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not one to hide. So you eventually went to the castle's garden, where Zelda and Fallon were located, and you had a spar with Fallon. During that spar, things felt strange. He seemed a little more. He seemed that he wanted to prove something. And before he can kind of settle the final blow, Zelda stopped him and sent him on his rounds. Where you finally had a chance to actually sit down and next to Zelda. And at that moment of sitting next to this monarch, she revealed what was on her mind. And this whole time she believed that you hated her, that you've been avoiding her this whole time because of what happened to you. And she believed, because of this belief, she believed that you were right to do so. She accepted it. She knew that, at least in her belief, that you had every right to be angry at her. But that was never the reason. You didn't hate her. If you could explain, in at least your own way, of what you were actually feeling through that time, this the day-to-day interactions of everything. If you could, please do so.
Of just that specific interaction with Zelda.
Just basically, even that, even everything leading up to that.
I would say what you've described is very accurate to how she was feeling. The whole trying to find a new kind of normal, and that's sure the help from Lorath and the help from Raudak is necessary in times like that. But eventually it's Samira. She has to be the one to really put in the work, put in the effort, and to eventually come to a place of acceptance. When it comes to Zelda, I think Samira still had this mindset of this is a royal family member. This is a person of the monarchy. And it wasn't until that meeting with Zelda and seeing her really open up and break down that she realized that the person in front of her was still a young woman, had gone through immense loss, that this was Zelda. This wasn't just princess of Hyrule. This wasn't just daughter of Augustus. This was Zelda. She now had a perception of there's a person here. And a young woman, no less, and a young woman who now doesn't have any family. So there was a large amount of empathy there, and a lot of an amount of respect as well. Especially because Gerudo, being from an all-female tribe, she could see her being as strong, if not stronger, than some of the women that she knows from back in Gerudo Valley. So the fact that she has taken on the responsibility of an entire kingdom and has done her best, she did her best to offer comfort and to provide a space that Zelda could feel safe in. And from this, I think, is a very beautiful connection between the two. And now that there is hope for even more reconciliation between the two people and to have this beautiful connection to the monarchy once again. And that everything that Samira had been through up until this point, it's all been worth it. The struggle through, the times during war and the struggle in Ash City and the struggle with the dead hand and the struggle to help the people of Castletown. And now it's come full circle where her sister had protected King Augustus, and now Samira has devoted herself in protecting Princess Zelda.
Everything seems to kind of click at that very moment. You've always had this, and you never really realized it until that moment, but you've always had this anger, this blame that you placed on Augustus. And you realize during the times that the two of you had the moments of speaking with each other. He's always looked at you, and there was always that shadow of guilt, because every time he looked at you, he was essentially looking at your sister Ashani. And there was always that moment, and you kind of realize it. He never wanted her to die. He saw her as an equal. And seeing that someone that he grew attached to and respected so much kind of stand before him was, in his own way, daunting. But he had to persevere as well. All that bitterment, that resentment that you held, you realize that even though you never outwardly expressed it and you never really truly understood it, you knew somewhere in your heart you had it. And it left at that moment. It vanished. Things that had happened were not because of him. He did not wish it. He was as much a victim as you. A victim of some plot that conspired against everyone that walked this land. Who took this little girl's family from her. And now she is forced into a position to stay strong in the face of adversity. And you can do nothing but respect her for it. Because she faces it every day, just as you face your own troubles every day. And she's just as strong as anyone else. Things start to flow and become easier at that point. Something seemed to awaken in you. Your left arm that you thought was this strange, abnormal thing. And there were times that you can touch something and you can feel the force of it, but you can never feel it. Now you can feel things from that left arm. It's metallic, but it's starting to be like your own, and you're owning it as your own. It's not your original left arm. No, it's not. But you have grew accustomed to it. You're feeling things for it. And in that fact, you don't even need to be wearing it. Because you proudly walk the streets of Castletown without the arm on. You don't need it because you can function perfectly well without it. And it's comfortable not having it around sometimes. Being able to relax and lay down and sit or talk or eat or whatever, you find that you don't need it on at all to do these simple things because you grew accustomed of just being able to do whatever you need to with that one arm of yours. But having that left one on just means you're able to do a little more. And upon sparring with Raldak and Lorath, you found it could do a little more than what you were expecting. There's things that seem to channel through you now. Maybe they've always been inside you, but they seem to now starting to awaken as this arm is starting to do things for you. Eventually, you would go on your way and help Fallon on his pilgrimage. But we will get to that later. Samira, is there any questions, anything additional you would like to add on or ask as we kind of close that recap on you?
I was going to ask if it was possible, one, that I could, give or prep that gift for Tyga during that time.
And that's been done. We
Okay,
are
sweet.
ready.
And then the last thing, is so those shards that I got from down in the library.
Okay.
I
You know what? I feel like that's going to be delved in a little deeper.
Okay. Getting so excited, ripped off his
Bro,
head.
you made him pop lock
Ripped.
and drop it. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Look at him right now.
Let
He's
me-
about to
Let
hit it.
me use the restroom.
Okay.
Prepare that
Drop the
question.
mic!
We'll get into it.
Okay.
Dude, he dropped the mic.
He's
Put
gonna,
us down.
he's gonna pop it.
I really thought he was. He was just gonna-
I thought he was
Leto's
gonna
gonna
pull
get
out a
out.
sword.
Leto's gonna get out. Look at him
I
go.
thought he was gonna whip out the lightsaber.
I thought he was gonna whip it out.
Oh, you thought he was gonna whip it out?
Bit out, slam it on the desk.
I thought he was gonna hit that nene.
Do you need help?
You
That's
need
fucked
Jesus.
up. That's really fucked up. You don't
And
know
yet
what's
you laughed at it, Chris.
The way you said it was great. Just you need help.
Oh.
Imagine one of like George's dogs just like slamming
Bark.
the bathroom door open.
Alrighty. Let me take a sippy for my things. All right.
Is Leto supposed to be out of your room?
That's why I opened the door.
Oh, you got it.
You know, if he leaves
I
my
didn't
room,
know.
you know, if he leaves my room, it doesn't mean he goes outside, right?
Yeah.
Open
I just
door.
thought he's gonna be a menace.
The
in
way
the-
you said that,
Open door.
that's the door to the outside world, bro.
Yeah.
That's it. That's his
Look,
freedom.
one is the front door, one is the bathroom. You don't need any more.
You know, that's it. I only have the one room, and that's it.
You thought that was a closet? That's where the fridge is.
Me nervously sweating about my one room.
Uh,
I got this one room and a bathroom. That's all I fucking got.
I wish I can live like that. Samira.
Yes.
So what were you gonna ask about those shards?
I was going to ask if I could cast legend lore on them. You tell me all the time how something is made from an IKEA chair.
You know, that's so true. Yeah, he's so fucked, dude.
Body comes
That's a good
in, rips
question.
off your arm, and goes, "Ha ha ha! You can't do it." No, by all means,
Are you sure we could get into it another time?
no.
I could just pull it back.
I'm 100% sure we can get into it. I'm 100% sure we can get into it. The Force Sword is known as the Sacred Blade. A magical blade that sparkles with this mystical power. The hilt of gold encrusted with this ruby gem. You go back into the past. You see the events that this single blade has went through. You see the glimpse, briefest of moments, of warriors standing against this figure. And that those briefest of moments when you're looking at all of them, you see familiar faces. The Queen, Augustus, Raylan, Yara, some fucking Goron. You've never seen him before, but you suspect that's Goramato. And you see the battle that transpires with that weapon. Just briefest of moments, but we keep moving past it. And we go further back. There's a moment where the sword is used to seal the king of evil himself, Ganon. And seal him into the realms between. As this entity use the very subject of your current predicament. He used Vadi. And when I say used, I mean he had Vadi like a puppet between his thumbs. And there's this sense, this feeling in this dreamlike state. Because Vadi was sealed within this Force Sword for ages gone. And you can feel that resentment, that hatred, the anger against Ganon. And you feel this one will, that kind of radiates from that moment. I will make sure to erase his name like he tried to erase mine. And we go further back. You see this young child face off against Vati. You see the pivotal moment where this blade was constructed and formed to combat Vati himself as he descended, that very moment where he attained the power that he ever wanted, the light force, to become a god, a being to rule over everything. And this child, wielding this sword, stood against him and banished him inside this very weapon. Sealed inside the forest sword, Vadi's malice ever grew. The forest sword, the Picori blade as it was once called, a golden light that was empowered by the light force itself, gifted by those of the Minish to the people of Hyrule, to the hero of men, to combat those with dark intentions. That is the Force Sword. You see the glimpse of it being forged, a simple blade made by these minuscule people, no larger than a button. Gifting it to a Hylian to fight against the forces of evil. You see the boy traveling the land, empowering this blade with these different elements. And once everything was empowered into the sword, he split into 4 beings. 4 of himself. There's flashes. You see Raylan holding the blade. You see him empowering the blade. And you see the stream of light erupt and connect to Raylan, Yara, the Queen, Amato, Impa. He used the power of the blade differently. Where it can also fracture, it can also unite. Sorry, my son did a Link yell downstairs.
He's getting into it, bro.
If this weapon, this blade, can be restored, it can for certainly combat Vadi. Either restored or reforged into something else. This is the information you gleaned from your legend lore. And we will definitely get into further detail about this.
Okay.
Is there any other questions? I had to go through 3 games.
Yeah, you did. That was really good. The only other thing was using Riftbound to see if it would help Princess Zelda channel or see echoes at all. I'm just asking a question.
No, that's an interesting concept. I'm thinking. Sometimes
I think I missed it for a second.
she's trying to, because I didn't recap this. Zelda seems to have lost her power. Samira knows this. It's not known to anyone else but Samira. You're trying to help her kind of reestablish that connection.
Yes.
Let me think. Roll D20 for me. Because as I'm thinking, I have to try to associate this with a roll. So whatever d20 you roll, I'm going to add it to one of your modifiers. Okay. Well, that made things easier for me.
Yeah. The dice love you right now. This poor guy needs some help.
What I will say is that you've spoken to her, and you know that she's going through a stressful period. She, and only you, she admitted to you that she's unable to channel her magic. And as best as you, I say try. That's not, try is not the proper word for this. You help her through this. She's not worried about it because she looks at you as an example that even if you're knocked down, you can stand back up, and she sees you and she's inspired by you. And this much is very clear. So you do attempt to help her in these cases. Nothing seems to come of it during these interactions, because you're not avoiding her anymore. And the times that you do speak with her are pleasant. They are nice. And you can see, as most of you are aware, Zelda has become closed off. She's not that bright child that used to be very kind and very helpful. She had to step into this role. And she's been this ruler this whole time. It only seems like around certain people where she's able to step back into that. And Samira, you're one of those certain people where she's able to step back and kind of regain what was lost. And it's the times that you spend with her seems to be rejuvenating to her. It brings her smile back. So you try to assist her in these endeavors, but unfortunately, nothing seems to come of it. And she kind of admits, as you try to help her through these situations, she kind of admits, she's like, there were times that I can be sleeping and I can just see two people arguing at my bedside, and it kind of freaks me out sometimes. Until I realized that they weren't actually there. So, this is a nice change of pace, to be honest.
It's a good way of looking at it.
I'm not gonna lie, there was a moment, and my mother had to explain it to me, that it's something blessed by her bloodline, and she had to emphasize the blessed part. That I had to be able to focus it, because there would be times that I would just walk down the hallways and it just happened. And I'm not sure if you know what I mean by that, but it was definitely weird for a time.
Similar, not the same.
There's that
I
little
unfortunately learned more about furniture.
you too, and she's like, uh,
That's wholesome.
Is a connection, another connection you two are able to make. Is there anything else?
No.
Okay. Then we will move forward.
Who's next?
Who is next indeed? Number 2. I think that might be Fallon. Either Fallon or Lorath. Let me see. That is definitely Lorath.
Looks like Fallon.
Hey,
It's Laura.
Okay.
my best bro.
You are my best friend.
Fallon's actually number 1, believe it or not.
That's being decided.
Why would you do that, George? I don't want to be one.
Because you're first on the fucking list. Your name starts with an F. Everyone starts with something different.
Oh, you're using
That
that
makes
one.
Mm-hmm.
I was using the end game one.
Indeedy do. So
ETT.
it's an ABC order, motherfucker. So Lorath. Lorath.
Mm-hmm.
You
What a guy.
vagrant. Who
You degenerate.
that's the nicest and most insulting way at the very same time I can put it. You vagrant
Call me a beggar.
from a distant land outside of Hyrule. You came to this land with a purpose that you have forgotten. Ever since you stepped foot, even before you stepped foot in Hyrule, your destiny was intertwined with it beyond your understanding. You fell in love with someone in this land, and it eternally tied you into it. You followed her into it. And by doing so, you did not know what would, and it's not your fault. To say it was your fault is an understatement. Because Vati would have taken any opportunity to come back that presented itself. Raylan, Augustus, and the Queen, Yara, Amato, and Impa sent him away. Banished him from Hyrule. And he was looking for a way to come back. He took your love for another as a ticket back into these lands. That boat, the old man, and I look at Hunter, the old man,
Uh-huh. The old man.
the old man, usually starts with an old man, either in a cave or outside of a cave, waiting for an adventurer to start his journey. Vati disguised as the old man of a ship to sail to a distant land, spreading that rumor to hook, line, and sinker anyone that might be able to make that connection that he knew was growing ever weaker. He took advantage of your love for someone else. And unbeknownst to you, You transported him back into the land of Hyrule. A being outside the land who came to this strange and fascinating place. Your memories robbed from you as soon as you enter Castletown. You came to relieve your wife's curse, her curse of death, basically, as she was predetermined to be scrubbed from existence and replaced by a god. You're very, I say god, this betrayer god that you're very familiar with. The names whispered of the Spider Queen, Lolith. All too familiar with. So you went to Hyrule. You convinced Lilith, and it didn't take much. All you said was something very common to her, and she went, I fucking hate it, but you're right. Because you simply went, if you were cursed in Hyrule, wouldn't it be better to try to remove the curse there, since that's where it originated from? And she went,
Damn it, I'm in.
you're not wrong. Okay, let's go. And the two of you went. You traversed the land of Hyrule. You made it to Castletown. You met a strange fellow, and you have met strange people by all regards. You met many different types of people, and he wasn't too dissimilar from those of, the Genasi or anything like that. But you met a Zora named Volo, and the two of you traveled together to Castletown. Whereupon the two of you stumbled on a gold sculptula problem. Saving the kingdom. Gaining an eye of the monarchs of Castletown. With the help of newly found members along the way. There was a brief period of conflict, don't get me wrong. You axed the guard. But, he just, you see him from time to time and he's doing okay. He doesn't like seeing your face, but
I don't know what you're talking about.
you,
That guy loves me. We're best friends. We talk all the time for more than, I don't know, maybe 5 seconds at a time.
but
Don't even know his name.
unbeknownst to you, as the events unfolded, the gold sculptulas were actually after your wife. As soon as she entered Hyrule, her sister, puppeteered by their mother, tried to retrieve her. Battling this and moving on from it, you eventually succeeded in your endeavors, but there was a secret placed beneath the earth, beneath Castletown. There was a false Hydra, a dead hand, who once consumes that of a mortal, a being, removes any knowledge of their existence from memory. And so he tricked everyone. Not just you. Fallon, Dewey, Volo, and every other guild member that was there at that time. And you believed as you moved forward that you had this cursed armor. But in reality, things were not that case. As you moved forward, you start to unravel the truths that have eluded you over time. Through Kakariko, through Ash City, and then finally returning, things came to a head as the creature made itself known. And you were finally able to face it with your friends and defeat it. Doing so, you restored Lilith, not to her original strength, but she's alive. Your wife returned. And then it was almost taken away. Vadi, this entity, you've worried about the simple fact that Lilith could be pulling the strings behind things. And you have questioned this for a while. You've always thought that somehow, some way, that she might influence her way into things. And that constant fear kind of lingered in your mind. And then the real, actual thing appeared. In a form of something else. In a form of something you weren't even aware of. While your eyes were beset on something different entirely. And as you tried and help your guild members prepare for whatever may come, this being that you were unaware of, who's been watching all of you, who's been controlling the Black Talon, appeared. And the simple fact that you watched Raldak put all his fucking might and then just get flung off like a piece of dirty tissue. Put things in perspective. You had one goal after that point. If he's going to destroy everyone in this room, he has to go through me first. And you made sure to situate yourself between the person you loved. After that encountered, what can I say? What did Lorath do afterwards, but do what he usually does best? He looked at everyone in the guild and said, I'm going to help my party. I'm going to help my guild mates. I'm going to prepare them. And you set off to do just that. You started learning new techniques, new magics. You started assisting Samira regain her composure. You went to the Twilight Realm with Raldak to learn to help him in his advisory with the king and queen of the Twilight Realm itself. You spoke to Lilith about things that could be possible. You began carrying the Master Ore around with you. As the information about reforging the Four Sword came back to knowledge, you began helping your friends. Because after all, it's one of the best things you do. Lorath, if there's anything you'd like to ask, anything you'd like to input, by all means.
Oh, yes. So, first off, wasn't able to interact a lot with Taiga or Pee-wee during all this. not for lack of trying.
Stay the fuck
Definitely
away from me.
tried. Yep, but you're off being the Pope. And Taiga has been quite literally invisible to Lorath this entire time. We spoke for a little while, but that was only a short-lived moment, and we talked, or we at least started going to the castle every now and again, or at least we would meet in the market. But Lorath would have not forgotten about Taiga's birthday.
Well,
And I've already
we'll
talked
worry
to you
about that. We'll worry about that
we'll
later.
worry about that later. Yeah, I'm just making it known. Definitely didn't. And secondly, there's something I absolutely must do. That if you want to wait, we definitely can.
Let me know what it is, and we'll find out.
Well, I gotta renew my vows with my wife.
That will be later.
Well, there you go.
That will be after the
Good night,
recap.
Mr.
Aside-
Mayor.
Okay. Aside from that, the only other thing I would do is, like you had said, I was gathering information about how to harm Vadi, how to harm a god. Anything that anyone has in relations to that, I'd be trying to gather the information, at least if not just for me, just to compile it for a public list for everyone. And it would be only information for the guild. Anything that I learn, I'd write down on a document and basically leave it at the front entrance for anyone to be able to read or to add to if they feel like it.
So
Otherwise, that's all.
while doing that, because this goes hand in hand with what Browdeck has been doing, you've been assisting others with things, including what Browdeck has been specifically looking for. And it's interesting, Browdeck, that you shifted your focus of study. And don't get me wrong, you know your focus of study very fucking well. But now things have shifted and your interests have changed. It's definitely an interesting perspective to view things of a different interest than what you previously had established. Lorath, you help Raldak in his endeavor. You are one of the people that actually assist him in uncovering information because he wants to know how to fuck up a god. And being one of the people who traversed the Twilight Realm with him, you definitely assist him in that matter. There is other things because you also came with Valen during his pilgrimage. You've started bringing the Master Ore with you. And you saw that the Master...
Green.
It turned green. During that pilgrimage, the Master Ore came out and it was empowered by what looked like lightning. You were told by Lilith during her research that originally the Force Sword was forged through the power of 4 elements. Though they are long gone, there might be another way to reforge or forge a new blade or weapon. So this definitely makes some connections.
And then one of the main things with that specifically is I'd like to figure out, at least in that area, why that area was lightning. I want to know because it looks like if anything,
the Pharaoh region,
I would assume. Yeah.
Because
I thought Pharaoh. So I thought Lorath knows that Pharaoh is the goddess of life, and she inhabits the spirit of life through
Mixing
the
up
wind
God.
itself, right? Oh, Pharaoh.
She's a woman
So,
of courage.
Oh, you motherfucker. Yeah, no. There's
fucked up.
Pharaoh gave no. Pharaoh gave the gift of life to all beings, right? I know I'm not wrong.
You're
That
right.
was highly.
No.
so
You little rat.
before we go down a rabbit hole of things, let me go ahead and
But I'm really just highly focused on the lightning thing, because he'd just be confused. Like, hey, you're goddess of wind. Why the fuck is lightning involved?
she
right now?
is
Why did I
not
get
the
shot?
goddess of wind. She basically is the element of all nature. And lightning is a part of nature, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
I got bad info from Fallon. That guy sucks.
Hey, no. I said.
That guy sucks. Worst paladin. Honestly, get rid of him.
but that's definitely something that's, you know,
Yeah, we'll make the force sword or a hammer, and we'll give it to Briggs. Is what I'm learning.
there you go.
Okay, then yeah. We'll come to that bridge when we get there, because otherwise I'm just going to talk for 8 million years. Yep, that's all I got.
That with that bit of information, you are able to glean some things. And like I said, you have been helping your party members behind the scenes. Don't get me wrong. You were a bit nefarious behind the scenes as well. But
No.
never, right?
No. I've been a pretty damn good noodle for a while.
Recently, you've been good at noodle.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But
That's what I'm saying, for a while.
beforehand,
No. We don't.
we don't mention the past.
We're not doing a
We
recap
don't-
of the whole campaign, George.
Yeah,
We're doing
you
a recap
want to
of the
do a
last 3
recap of
months.
we want to go back. All right, let's fucking go back, motherfucker. I'll take up my 3-hour time slot. Welcome to my TED
No.
Talk.
No.
Don't worry, I muted him. So so like I said, you've been helping everyone. Taiga has a whip that's electrically charged. He has a fucking wand that, you know, usually wouldn't do anything, but in
Yeah.
Taiga hand, it can be the end all, give all. You know what I mean? Samira has a new boomerang because of it. Her fucking Ashbringer was created because you talked to Kazoo about it. You've always been preparing everyone. And once again, that's what you've been doing. You've been preparing. With that, let's go on to the next person. Unless there's anything else you'd like to input.
Not that I can think of.
All right. With that, number 6, Taiga. Fallon, you're going to be the last one. Look at that. Well, there's still Pee-wee in you, but
Hello.
Oh, hello.
We don't worry about the Pope in these times.
Taiga.
What do you mean? This is the golden age of greatness.
Golden age of greatness.
The age of Pee-wee.
Hold on. No.
Taiga. We might actually go over your birthday too. Taiga. You've had a tumultuous childhood, to say the least. But you don't really show it. except for very specific circumstances where things actually get really fucking bad. There are moments where you kind of disappear from sight, from everyone. You vanish. Because you know when things get bad, you have to hide from them. Something kind of clicked. As soon as you became aware of what's been causing your fear in Castletown, you switched gears. You immediately shoved the butter into your ears and ran towards the thing that was causing the problem. There was this different mentality when it came to it. You usually hide, but this time you were searching. You were hunting. Something different was about you. And every time someone asked, you just went, huh? Because you had butter in your ears. After the defeat of the dead hand, Vati was revealed. And in that moment, you tried to rescue someone you looked up to dearly for many years. The only other substantial figure you knew in the Gerudo Desert. And you tried your very best to make sure she survived. After that point, you begun to do things because Mabel became busy. And you decided a course of action. You decided, and something not many people would do. Taiga, you started trying to help all of Castletown. So you started going to abandoned homes, buildings, people who were lost, and started collecting various objects. And you scraped every ounce of rupees that you were able to gather. From selling clothes for 5 rupees apiece, or utensils, or anything for 1, 2 rupees, 5 rupees, nothing ever more than 10 or 20 rupees. You kept scraping and clawing and gathering money. Because even though you knew these people were suffering, you couldn't rightly gouge them. So you made sure to take what they were able to give. And if they weren't able to give money, at least they may be able to give something else. And then you turned whatever they traded with you into money. Eventually, you came up with a large sum of money by scraping and pulling together everything you can do. You took this money to Baron, and he happily set up everything for you. You basically made a big cook-off, a big relief fund, essentially, for everyone in Castletown to get their spirits up, to reinvigorate them. And it was a huge success. During that time, you disguised yourself as various storytellers in between cooking and started spreading the information about what happened that day in the castle. Either transforming into a Zora or Goron or a Hylian. You told various tales and kind of reinvigorated the people's hope, giving this glowing aspiration of the left hand of the princess. After that event, the town started to re-energize. Trade started to flow and continue. Before, it looked like things were going to be extremely desperate. Now things, even still troubled, are not as bad as they would have been. Castletown, now a massive target, became a stable location once more after about a couple months. During everything and during your outings, Impa took you to a location just outside of Castletown to test you of sorts, and you gain new insight due to this training. Though you never clearly understood it, something seemed to have come of it. And then there were other concerns. One of them being Link, as he has not been seen by anyone for days. You waited outside the guild, and after multiple days and hearing tales of what Mabel has told you, he eventually appeared. You've tried to convince him to see things a little bit differently, but he expressed that he still needs time. And the simple fact that he admired everything that the white whales did that day. Because at that moment he was helpless. And he needs to be better. During this time, you discovered a new friend. You found the pupper beneath the guild. Amazingly, you made really good friends with this dog. Lhasa is now pretty much attached to you by your literal shadow. This Twilight Wolf from a far-off realm who appeared beneath the guild. An amazing companion that followed you since her arrival. A very positive and welcoming outlook on things. I want to ask you, before we head into your birthday, because we're heading into your birthday very fucking soon, is there anything you'd like to ask? Anything you want to input before we head into your birthday?
Yes, I had one more thing on my list. Was I able to hunt down, talk to the Skull Kid?
You did ask about that. I think you wanted to do it with Samira, didn't you?
Yes.
Give me an investigation check.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
No.
Mm. Mm.
Mm.
That's not terrible.
No.
No one knew what it was.
And you're definitely taking Samira with you.
Yes.
Samira, there is a night. What would you tell Samira as you're trying to locate the Skull Kid once again?
Samira, you know that one night when we went with Mabel and Zelda and we went and found the the fairy people in Castletown, and he said that we had to fight the thing, and it turned out to be the dead hand.
That was a lot of information, but yes, I do believe I do believe I remember.
You want to find him again?
Yes, I will come with you.
Wonderful. Let's go.
Okay. You go ahead and you try to follow the steps that you can recall during that night where you stumbled upon the Skull Kid. You go ahead and you start wandering the alleys in the middle of the night. And your training with Impa seems to has clicked in. You feel this pulsation in your temples. And you start looking around. And you can hear laughter. You can see shadows move along the walls that don't really reflect anything from the light that's given. And eventually, you see a figure leading a bunch of children in the shadows wandering across, and you follow it. As you approach the shadows and seeing the figure of this small child playing a flute with this tall straw like hat, do you say anything as you approach? As you can see him kind of guiding these spirits along.
Oh, I would follow him and then just kind of like wave and try to get his attention. Like, hello, good evening.
Ah! Ah! Hey, it's you!
Yeah, we're back.
Hey, you're alive! Everyone
Yeah.
kind of faded away after a while. And you. What can I do for you? Hey.
Well, I want to make sure that you were okay and double down on what I said previously that we could definitely take and kill that thing because we did.
You beat the big meanie?
Yeah. Yep. Samir did too. We like all helped.
You know, it's become easier to help everyone that was lost. I really appreciate it. You know what? Since you did me that favor, maybe I can help you out.
Oh.
Next time you're lost and you need help, call for me with this, and I might be able to guide you through anything. and he hands you his flute.
Ooh.
Woohoo.
Oh, this would really help out because usually I don't get lost. So if I do get lost, then I'm like lost.
Now, I'm not saying I can help you with every situation, but I can try.
Yeah, I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Now, what am I gonna play with? I guess I'll just whistle. And he starts whistling, and he starts leading the
Ooh,
kids.
I mean,
I'll see you
do you
next
want
time.
maracas?
No, I
I can give
don't.
you maracas.
I'll take him.
Yeah, here you go. Maracas.
He starts shaking them. And now you see this shadow along the wall with a bunch of children following him, and he's just shaking maracas down the road. You gain the
I
flute.
need new maracas.
Mhm.
You gain the flute. Go ahead and add it to your inventory and just call it a flute given by the Skull Kid or whatever you might want to call
Sure.
it. But know that when you are truly and utterly lost, that you may be able to call upon him to guide your way.
Um, and then just another quick little recap for everyone else. Taiga was also scouting uh, tunnels, Castletown, a little bit to make sure there was not another dead hand under there. Because Taiga's first instinct is animal has meat, so he's been for the signs of another one. Hasn't found or remembered any. But he's also just been making sure the underground's not like immediately in danger.
Now, during your travels through the underground, you have witnessed creatures down there that are not savory, to say the least. They seem to tread away from the Temple of Light. Uh, Generally, that area seems to be safe, but if you venture outside that distinctive area, you start to see creatures new and familiar to you, as you witness a Frox kind of traveling the area as well, and kind of had that memory flash in your head that, oh, that's the big ass frog.
I
Better
used
stay.
my button to kill the last one. I need a new button.
I need a new button. um, you've also kind of mapped out the area down there as well, as to the best of your abilities, um, and discovered that there was indeed a passage that led from the castle to the guild. As maze-like as it is, it does exist. But with that, is there anything else?
Believe that is it.
Then before we continue, I'm going to use the restroom.
What I'm hearing is we now have a ticket through the Lost Woods. Thanks, Taiga.
Yep. Thanks,
bro.
Taiga.
Thanks,
Very much
Taiga.
appreciated.
Thank you.
Except that's going to be through maracas now, so that's going to be funny.
Yep.
Shake it, shake it, shake it. Shake it, shake it, shake it. Shake, shake, shake. I love it.
Also, for the sake of morale, dog.
Bro, it's the Twilight Dog,
Oh.
bro.
It escaped again. What a fuck.
There we go.
Chewing on Rowdak's hand. Dog!
You're a dog! Dog, you're a dog!
Dog!
Dog.
Dog!
Get back. I have to get back.
Back, foul beast.
So he's gonna be busy for a little bit longer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
do we need to get out of chat?
Yeah, I mean, like, do we need to, like, you know,
You turn the
everybody
camera
run
off?
somewhere else kind of thing? Like,
We go to the other Discord and just be like, oh.
We get it. You're
Oh,
in a
yeah.
happy marriage.
Do we need to go somewhere, George? Like, are
Yeah,
you...
like do you
Yeah,
need to
you
take
want us
like
to-
15 minutes?
Y'all, I know y'all have the room. You want us to get the hell out of
Yeah,
here?
like we
George?
can
I know
go
you
hop on the
only
other
have one
Discord
room.
server.
I have to fight her sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
She's
I
just so
mean-
powerful.
I mean,
Assert
just have to turn on
dominance.
the camera and say, "Oh, it's gonna be a 30-minute break."
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I need about an hour. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I mean, you go do your thing. Hey, Luke. Like we could go.
Either way,
We'll see you guys tomorrow, anyways.
yeah. Let's continue. Taiga, moving into your birthday. As the days have gone by, as everything seems to start to unfold, your birthday comes around the corner. And I have to ask everyone but Taiga, because I know you all been planning something similar. Not similar, but been planning something. And forgive me that I don't have everything prepared for everyone who've had an idea about what they wanted to do. But some of that won't be necessary as it's purely cosmetic and something that is just easily understood by the player himself. For his birthday, as I would say that Samira will probably be the only person that would know about his birthday and kind of spread that knowledge amongst all of you. And kind of spread that knowledge amongst close friends. When his birthday rolls around, what do you guys do?
Fallon's too busy to have planned a party, so he's leaving that to somebody else who has the ability to plan the party. He figures there's going to be one, but he has no ability to actually help.
You want me to hold on, everybody, watch this shit. Hey George,
Yes.
I'll tell you exactly what we do.
Okay.
Grab the telephone. Ring ring. Mabel, I need you for a top secret mission. You're going to be happy no matter what. Because if there's anyone that knows Taiga best right now, it should be Samira. However, you know. We all know.
We all know.
Roll.
We need Mabel.
Don't roll anything. Never mind. You get in contact with Mabel, and it's one of those days, and it's something you're all aware of. Mabel has been at the guild less and less. Less and less over the course of time. There are days where she doesn't come back for 10 days. And it's definitely you can actually feel the difference in the guild. But you go ahead and call her up, and she sounds extremely tired. But she goes, I wouldn't miss it for the world. So she's ready. She's definitely going to be there. So there's that. Is there anything particular you want her to do?
There we go. Sorry.
Welcome back.
Can
Okay.
you? No, I heard literally everything. I just couldn't talk.
Okay, then
Can you tell us, Mabel, exactly what he would like in a surprise party, in a surprise thing? I don't know. This might be very sad. I don't know if he's ever even celebrated his birthday.
I
I wonder if he even knows when it is.
will ask Mira.
I mean, yeah, it's right here, dude. Yes, Samira.
She knows him longer than I.
Right, but mm, Mabel, you two have been inseparable.
He's been helping me more than anything. Simple is best.
Hmm.
Because he is not a complicated person when it comes to everything. Being around people he cares about will probably make every difference in the world.
Then I'll ask you, Samira, while Mabel's here. What's his favorite food? Because he loves to cook. And Mabel, he loves whenever he cooks for you. And I know that he has an in with that incredible chef that Mabel, I'm really hoping you know the name of. I think his name was Gordon something. Or at least
Is-
have contact with him.
Okay. It's not Gordon something.
Is it Mr. Ramsey?
It is not Mr. Ramsey.
Gordon Gamsey?
I'm not
it's Gordon
that.
Ramsay.
I am not that creatively deprived to do that. But you do have to give me a minute as I pull up his name from my notes here.
Well, while you're doing that, Samira, what's his favorite dish? And then what's his favorite flavor of cake?
I don't even know if he's had cake before.
And he
That's
hasn't
okay.
had a whole lot. Samir would explain that for him, he loves bananas. In general, he loves.
Uh,
But in
not-
general,
not a
I
good
definitely
sign.
think he likes peaches. I'm just
not
saying.
not a good sign.
No.
But
I laugh because fucking Charlene just actually awoken the truth, and I just couldn't resist laughing.
he also, but in general, he really loves fruit. Because we don't get. If you think of things that we don't probably have a lot of resources or access to in Gerudo,
Oh. Okay.
that he's going to love it, as well as he also loves. This might come as a surprise. He really loves soft things. He loves plushies. He loves blankets. He loves pillows.
No, that makes sense.
And if you ask her anything more about him, he also loves to play games. And even if it was just we all spend time together to play games with Taiga.
I actually was gonna try and I know he burned this building down, but I was gonna try and find the guy who hosted all of the games.
Mm-hmm.
There's only one
And-
building left.
Yep, see if
I
he
wonder
has
why.
like has something like that where he can set up like a party thing or something. Along with that, get him a nice tropical. Make him a nice chocolate cake because I know he likes sweets because he really likes candy. I say this hesitantly.
No candy, but
Okay.
Fruit.
chocolate cake is a go.
Okay.
Well, I was gonna say like a piñata.
Oh,
Yeah. See, suddenly candy's cool again.
Yeah, 'cause,
Suddenly
like-
candy's cool again.
because you get to beat it.
Look, he can even fucking. All right, we blindfold him and he throws it like a fucking. Like he throws his daggers from afar, kind of. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like, gotta make
I
it
don't know if I
fun
want to
for him.
blindfold. I don't think I want to blindfold and let him throw something.
Well, I mean,
I
we
think
can
he
all
would
stand
love
behind
that.
him. He would love it. He's a mischievous.
And
little
as long as
bastard.
we set the pinata over like where the piano, like the wall is there, and we just like pull the pinata, let
Yeah.
it swing,
Yeah, we can do
and
it
then like
outside. Yeah, it'll be great. And then we'll get him a bean bag.
yes,
Everybody loves bean bags. So, all right, here you go, George. Bean bag. Everybody gets him their own present. So, but the present from like the guild, like the things that we're all getting him. Bean bag. We're gonna hire the person who does all the games and stuff to come to the guild and do a big game thing. Ramsey Gordon is gonna make him a chocolate cake and a delicious like fruit fiesta thing. Anything sweet, anything exotic, anything juicy, tart, things along this nature. Lots of fun drinks, cocktails, or probably not cocktails. I apologize.
Mocktails.
Lots of fun drinks,
Mocktails.
sparkly
Mocktails.
things, mocktails, ice creams, things along those natures. We're going to invite Link, Zelda, if she will come, Mabel, and we're going to try to get Mabel like a day off or two beforehand so she can rest. Obviously, Taiga. Anyone that like Taiga has spoken with that Mabel would know about, even if it's something in private. Try to be like, yo, Mabel, you want to bring somebody like that along? We don't fucking know him, but maybe you do.
I think if Zelda's coming along, we can't really have like a lot of just random citizens.
We're the fucking army of Hyrule right now. We can do whatever we want. Literally, what better bodyguards could you ask for, bro?
Yeah, no, I mean that's kind of fair. She is like the
First
safest
night,
person. Yeah,
you literally couldn't be safer if the fucking president himself was having a party with the Secret Service. Like, come
okay,
on.
so that no. Okay, so hold on. Imagine this. Imagine you just know this kid, right? And he's like, "Hey, come to my birthday party." You show up and fucking like Barack Obama is there. Yeah, the queen is
Queen Barack Obama is there.
Yeah, and you're just like, oh shit, oh fuck, dude, where did Barack Obama come from?
And that's
Door
what's
open.
fucking
Hey,
happening.
it's me, the Pope.
Yeah,
We're getting.
we also have the Pope.
the first night is there. You know,
we have pinned the tail on the what's a Gerudo like thing? You said it was a wall
Walrus.
horn or a
Walrus.
Oh.
Sand seal.
Sand seal.
a sand seal.
Sand
Pin
seal.
the tail on the sand seal. You know.
You just see
We
this
shit,
big
bro.
ass fucking walrus looking creature with big ass tusk on a poster, and it's just kind of looking back like and you see his giant fucking elephant textured
Tusk
ass.
on the sand seal.
I want to go.
They're more like
first
walruses
when we
more
give
than
presents.
anything.
I think I have hands down the best present.
Okay, we will go list by list as you're all doing this for Taiga. I will go. I'm gonna go. We'll start with you, Fallon.
Yeah.
By all means.
Okay.
What do
So,
you give Taiga?
So you're gonna have to remind
boy
me
who has
exactly how
everything.
many- Yeah.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have these, right? and they're magic seeds. And anything can happen. I don't know what they are.
Oh no!
Good fucking luck. Go talk to Pee Wee about it. He'll help you grow them. Go have fun.
Shit.
No.
That's what you give them?
Yeah. I don't know how many there are left, but it says 6, but I don't think there's 6.
There is not.
think
because
I think there's
you
like
I thought
shouldn't.
Pee-wee had all of
No,
them.
I was gonna
Sorry,
say
what?
you shouldn't have that in your inventory
how the fuck did it get there? I thought
because you
Dude, that's
took
a
them.
relic of the past, brother.
Yeah, that is a relic from the past because you originally took them from Pee Wee, and then Dee Wee, and then he got them back.
that's fair.
Yeah, that's where his house came from.
How the fuck did they get up in my inventory?
Because you never deleted them.
I did. They did.
I
This is a
did,
completely
but
new
yet they're in my
character sheet.
inventory.
That's it. I casually just start drinking my potions every day
All
of the
right,
month.
well then fuck it. Here
I
you go.
swear to God.
Have these firecracker crystals, brother.
Where'd you get those?
Where are
What?
these plate armor?
Huh?
Yeah, here you go. Have these instead. Hold on. I have a note. Oh, it's on my old character sheet. Hold on. Unless you deleted that, in which case.
No, I
This motherfucker
didn't.
is holding out on all of us right now. Like, this guy is the worst.
Here, I'll make it available for you again.
The bomb vest.
Give me a second.
Don't worry about it. Just re-roll what it was. I think I had like 6 of them, and there was like 2 of 2, and I don't know.
I'm just gonna make it
1,
available for you. Give me a second.
Okay.
There we go. Should be available.
Oh,
Again.
okay, the old. Yeah. I got you. Let me go into biography. There it is. Oh, I had a lot. Holy shit. Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay. So here you go. I will send you exactly what you have of those things that exist. This is what you have, and I will send them to you.
I'm going to drag and drop those firecrackers into your inventory in just a moment.
Yep. There you go. Have fun. I think you could use these a lot better than I could. So good luck.
Mix them into smoke bombs, make it really confusing for people.
Indeed,
it's all sorts of fucked up stuff.
So
It's minor.
let me open up Tyga's sheet, and then open up your sheet, and go ahead and delete
The fire.
the firecrackers if you could,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna drag and drop those firecrackers into his thing right now.
They're dead.
They're dead. Bloop boop. They are firecracker crystals. They are interesting to say the least. And the list that he sent you is what you have for those firecracker crystals. So do with those what you will. And I honestly believe that Taiga can probably make the most use out of those beyond any other character.
Absolutely. 100%. That's why I'm happy I had them. You shut me down with the seeds. I was like, oh, second perfect gift. Here you go.
Shut you down with the. I tried to steal from the party.
But you get those from Fallon. It's definitely an interesting gift, to say the least. Very exciting. The possibilities.
He's so excited.
The possibilities
truly are endless.
are incredibly. One moment. I gotta adjust something. There we go. Yep, that should do it. Okay. So, with that, Lorath, what do you do besides? I know you're basically trying to arrange his whole actual party, but is there anything additional that you do beyond that?
Yes. I just finished them, although the description needs work, but it's gonna have to do.
Mm-hmm.
Lorath went out and, despite everything that's going on right now, if you'll allow it, George, with Briggs, Lorath would have gone up to Briggs and commissioned him to make a set of copper pots and pans, utensils, things along those nature. Because copper, very fucking good for cooking, and normally very sought after and expensive. So I wanted to make him some really nice copper pots and pans, so he would have a more fun time cooking. That way, he doesn't just have like some standard mess kits and stuff.
So it wouldn't take more than like 50 rupees to do. You go ahead and you have Briggs assemble this, and he's like, "Oh man, I don't usually make cooking ware, but I'll give it a shot." And he like starts making it. With ease, he makes some red copper pots, the finest
Wonderful
copper pots.
They are in my inventory. Give them. Give them.
Okay. You got it.
You think they're not? There they are, motherfucker, at the very bottom.
Give me a second. Taiga, you receive some of the... Oh, yeah, they are in there, aren't they? Shit. Okay. Now, this doesn't, do anything... Son of a bitch. This doesn't do anything different for your cooking. But goddamn, are these non-stick copper pots really fucking nice?
Glorious.
Glorious copper pots. And they will be in your loot. Yep. You may delete them from your inventory, Laura.
I sure will.
And now you got these nice little copper pots for cooking. Very, very nice. With that, Pee-wee, is there anything you gift to Taiga, the boy who has everything?
The boy who
guidance.
Give him guidance. I wanna I'll do something very strange with Taiga.
Okay.
I don't know how to phrase this in a not weird way. I would like to take Taiga into the garden and plant some seeds with him and grow our friendship together.
I hate life.
I do hate life myself. There's only...
I'm the Pope. It's okay.
There's only one...
Oh, wow. That just makes it worse.
There's something so much worse, by the way.
There's...
I have 3 seeds.
There's a few more seeds. One of them is an Ardeku flower.
We could be housemates.
But there is the simple fact that the other two might do something a little different. So
it's on him to roll the D3 at this rate.
Let's go into the guild really quickly before we even tackle this. And I'm gonna make you keenly aware. You must have at least 10 feet from any of the plants in this fucking garden before you plant anything, because there is a potential that they might be big. So,
really good.
What? Let me see something.
We're gonna get another Deku flower. That's evil. And
so
we're gonna get a bomb flower.
That'd be great.
You only have the choice of a 4 and a 5. Because we're forgoing the number 1. Sorry, not a 4. A 3 and a 5. A 3 and a 5. So, Taiga, if you plant one of these seeds, I need you as Taiga. And let me get you out of Samira's fucking bedroom. And let me get Pee-wee and take him
in the kitchen confused.
And get him into the garden here.
I forgot how disgusting this guy is.
You will roll a d6 because you need to get a 3 or 5. So go ahead, Taiga. You have to roll one of those numbers first. Roll d6.
All right. 3 or 6. There you go.
Ooh.
3 or is it 3 or a 5? 3 or 5.
3 or 5. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, he got you a 6, bro. You said it.
Yeah.
No, I never
6,
said
I
6. I said 5. And that's
there's
a
like
5.
Like that
I'm
far.
lowering my seed count by 1.
Because we know what a 6 does. So, Taiga, where are you planting number 5?
Taiga, plant your seed.
Mm.
I'll
Put
get
sh-
it wet.
Put your token, and it must be 10 feet away from a plant.
Yeah. I
I'll
don't,
give you a lot of
hang
space.
on.
Here. There.
There's
No,
not.
don't do it on my house.
Nope. Sure. Why?
I'll
No,
make
don't put it on my house.
I'll make the
please.
10 feet for you, okay? That's good enough. It must be 10 feet away from.
No, you would juniors right there. He blends in
Come
very
to see
well.
this.
I know.
Can't stop me.
I'm just doing this so you know these areas are off limit. That's your spot right there, basically. That's all you have left.
Probably put it like right here.
Okay. This would have died if you had planted this before you saved the tree.
Oh.
Because this creates a second goddess tree.
Oh my
Oh, what the motherfucker.
Right.
What the fuck?
Excuse me?
We got 2 of them?
We're
This
special.
is the safest
Holy
You're telling me we had a
shit.
god seed in our fucking bag this
place
entire
from like
time?
session 3 of me being here.
This creates a other goddess tree, and it's bigger.
Oh no.
Samira, I'm so sorry about your room, bro.
Her room is
wait, no,
nowhere
no, that's
near
not-
her
that's
room.
not her
planted.
No, no.
Yeah.
Sorry. No,
The
my
shitter
brain
is
broke.
gone. The shitter is just fucking gone.
So this tree sprouts, and the goddess tree that is around the corner is beautiful and the size of your average tree. You know, your average willow, I should say. This grows to half the size of a redwood.
Oh my god.
So big.
Brother, we are now a beacon on the fucking map. Oh, you're the entirety of our back
Taiga,
garden.
pour one
Fuck.
out. Pour one out, homie.
There is
How fucking tall is this thing?
And how instant does it happen?
well with that
the
jar
watering pan.
with that jar of morning dew within a matter of
There goes the
seconds.
bathroom.
Oh
There goes
shit.
the bathroom.
I
But no
opened
one is
the-
standing over top of the tree.
Yeah, I opened the door to the
They
shitter.
have fall protection.
Huh.
The tree is about 10 foot wide. So it takes up a large section of this area. All right. It takes
I'm
up like
sorry I've given you the work of like making broken fence a broken bathroom.
it is taking up that space essentially, right? This is why I said you must plant it within like outside that 10 foot, because I knew there was a potential that tree will fucking crop up.
Ugh.
Yep.
This is
So-
the best gift ever, Taiga. Like,
Yeah, honestly, literally, how does anyone compete with this?
Yeah, I lose. I thought my gift was pretty cool.
This
Like,
is
I
this
thought it
is
was
like
simple.
giving a kid like a fucking BB gun early on, and the person before them got them like some like socks.
Here's a
Yeah.
coupon to GameStop.
Yeah, and then the next person got them a fucking gift card.
So
Here's an
this
Amazon gift card.
this tree immediately sprouts because of the morning dew jar, and you have to kind of hop the fence before the fence is destroyed, and the tree sprouts. And it goes about 30 to 40 feet up, and it's beautiful. Is a cacophony of different colors. The textures on this tree is incredible. Not only does
Everyone's
it
gonna have good dreams.
not only does it provide this serene state of loveliness to the guild, something changes about the guild as well. There's this relief that kind of bestows upon the guild itself. Whatever that might be, something definitely changes. Every so often, different fruit does fall from this tree too. Bananas, pears, apples. Goddess seeds.
Get us some beanbag chairs and some balloons. Call it a day.
I have here magical goddess seed as the description of this fucking tree.
Oh dear.
It does stuff.
But he did not prepare for this.
It does stuff. But easy enough for most of you to venture up this tree. You can gather its fruits when they ripen. And goddamn are they tasty. Taiga, these are some good ass fruits. You know what I'm saying? They're wonderful ingredients to say the least.
Tiger, you can have any fruit from that tree. I increased the property value of our Deku flower. This is amazing.
Yeah.
Yo, does Gordon Ramsay fucking cook with those fruits?
That dude cooks
I
with
will say-
everything.
How exotic a fruit is this?
I will say, I don't think Taiga fully understood how fast Pee Wee intended this thing to grow. So when it grew, he was probably at the top of it. And he's like, oh, I have to get down now.
I just showed.
Oh,
Our friendship
you're like a
has
cat.
grown greatly.
It's definitely an interesting event nonetheless. And don't get me wrong, you have no trouble climbing down this fucking tree. But
Oh no, I'm gonna use an opportunity to tie 50 feet of rope to it, so that way I have a way up and down consistently.
hey, Taiga. Treehouse. You know what I'm saying?
Treehouse.
You know, no
Let's
girls
go.
allowed. You know, whatever you want to do.
Out of curiosity, for the two boys, look, I know a long time ago we said no on identifying seeds, but hear me out. The very last seed could contain a home. Wouldn't it be cool to plant that home in the treehouse?
Well,
We know one of the seats contains a home.
Yep. We know
So the
that.
last one we don't know. Number 3 we don't know.
Number 3 is the mystery.
Oh, we don't know? Never fucking mind then.
Number 3 is the one I've been waiting for. I'm more excited about number 3 than I was ever excited about with this seed. But
Do you plant it?
you get a tree, and I will update the map eventually with that seed.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna say it here and now. After all these years, if not months, I hated this bathroom. I hate that it's next to the kitchen. And it's just an
Well, now
outhouse.
it's gone.
Like the fact that it's fucked.
Well,
I'm so
it's a
happy.
tree now.
Like,
It makes me very happy too. I'm like, who would put a bathroom to the kitchen?
Put
It
an
was
outhouse
there
for
to
by the kitchen.
fertilize the garden. You shit, the shit fertilized the garden. Your shit fertilized everything in that garden. Every time you shit, you fed the plants.
Where's my tinderbox? I'm burning this place down.
Oh shit. But you got this amazing tree, Taiga.
Let's go.
With that,
Oh.
before we fucking get even more fucked, Raldak,
Hello.
what do you do for Taiga?
As I was talking with you, aside from the dog that was going to be his present, but he already acquired it,
Mm-hmm.
I had gone to the Twilight Realm and found him a nice magical stove, a little portable stove. Uses Twilight fire instead of regular fire.
So,
Because
this-
funny, not bright fire.
So it's interesting, Taiga. This kind of setup is kind of like a gas, but not really a gas-like stove. It is a set of, they call it Twilight Emberstone, and it's a small size, palm-size stone. There's a few of these that Raudak gets you. When activated, it kind of emits this gentle violet flickering light, and it emits warmth similar to a campfire. It generates enough heat when placed on the ground to cook food or provide warmth for a group of people. It can last up to 8 hours when activated. It is these essential purple glowing stones, and they don't you can essentially kind of control how much heat and light they generate. Sometimes due to it being the Twilight Realm, they don't seem to interfere with the Twilight folk at all. Like when it comes to Raudak and it's activated, it doesn't seem to phase him whatsoever. Now, if you turn up the heat, like turning up the stove, it gets hot enough to like burn, but it's basically controlled by a sense of will, one can say. And it's enough that they're lightweight. They're these like large, I say large, but they're enough to carry in your hands. And there are a few of them that they kind of emit this magical luminescence to them. I have not created the item yet, but I will create it later. But they are called Twilight Emberstones. There's this faint whisper, and you don't understand the language, but if you pay attention to it, there's these faint whispers when they light up. And they just they're the whisper of Tweely, as there are incantations that were placed on these stones, basically. And if you look at the stones specifically, that there are some carvings in them to express these incantations. And one moment. They make a nice portable cooking source, if anything.
Wonderful.
Plus the dog.
Plus dog.
Plus dog. That leads into Samira.
Man, I really got this guy a pair of fucking socks. Like, y'all suck.
Look, you gave him something to cook with on these fancy stones.
I gave him fucking socks. God, Samira, give him the
Nice.
child of a
Claire, I
fucking
give
god. Give him.
Samira, what do you
Yeah.
give Fallon?
Yeah, what do you give Fallon?
Give him a
Punch in the
knuckle
jaw?
sandwich.
No.
A kick to the dick.
Perfect.
I'm not hungry.
So Samira will give Taiga what looks like almost like a. At first, it's underwhelming. It looks like I gave him a box, and he opens the box, and there's another box.
Is there another box inside of the other box?
Yeah, it was a box inside of another box. But the more that Taiga looks at it, there are pieces, puzzle pieces that seem to slide or flip or twist. And it's a puzzle box for him to solve.
This is something I actually was in the midst of preparing, and I'll just kind of throw it in chat really quickly. It's a puzzle box, and every time it does take you a d20 to try to solve the puzzle box. And there's a certain amount of times that you have to successfully solve it before you get to the center of the nougaty center of this box. Because Samira has placed another gift within this box.
I think it's gonna take Tech a long time to get through.
I was hoping you just nat 20 it, be like, Samira, I opened it and it was fucking nothing. What is this?
So
He's so disappointed.
it's not a thieves tool check to open this box. Because there's nothing to pick. It is
also toy, so I wouldn't want to break it.
Correct. It is a contraption of sorts.
It is a toy.
It is a toy. She literally said, I want to get him a fidget toy, and this is what it is.
What a
For his
good
little
physical-
ADHD brain. He can fidget.
Let's go.
But upon this is another item I need to create along with the stones. Do me a favor, roll a d20.
Yeah.
This is a tough box.
Oh yeah.
You just started it, and you can see there's a challenge to it, but it's very entertaining nonetheless.
I put the piece on. I take the piece off. I spin the piece around. I put the piece back. Yes. I take it off. I spin it around. Put the piece back. Yes.
Taiga, you receive all these gifts. Lorath sets up this kind of birthday party for you. You guys go to the Target. Sorry, let me say the proper name for it before I completely botch it up. I think it will be under. Where are you? 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 I think it will be under this. What the fuck? Oh, those are items. There it is. You go to the shooting gallery, and you guys have fun at the shooting gallery. There's a new game that is set up in the shooting gallery where you guys shoot foam darts at each other, and you and Samira kind of dominate the scene when it comes to it. Upon the upon everything, upon the completion of your birthday, everyone's celebrating it. Outside the guild, within the guild, uh, Zelda's there. She gives you, she gives you her best. She, amongst other things, gives you, yeah. One moment. There we go. Zelda gives you basically. Sorry, there's something's distracting me. Gives you basically a what can be considered a coupon of sorts of things. She wishes you the best, but she's been busy overall. As time has gone on, her attention has been split amongst things. But she does play with you with all the activities that are presented to you during your birthday. You don't see Impa during your birthday. Apparently, she's busy with something else. Basically, Fallon and Laurel take over the role of looking over Zelda when all this bullshit is going on. Your birthday. Your birthday ain't bullshit, by the way. I'm just saying. During your events of your
All
birthday.
the activities.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
birthday's not a national holiday. Zelda
Yeah.
doesn't get off.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not yet.
That's the spirit.
Mabel, a little bit of a different story. So once everything kind of dies down, Mabel basically, when everyone kind of disperses and returns to whatever interests that they're attending to, Mabel kind of sits down with you and she looks at you and she goes, I wanted to wait until everything kind of died down, but there was something I did get you. I just didn't want to kind of show it to everyone because I felt like it was corny. But during one of the outings that I've been doing around Hyrule, there was a time where I was enveloped in a storm break. And within that storm break, I was in this interesting area. Like the trees weren't actually there, but they were there at the same time. It's almost like their very essence was not aligned with their actual form. And I caught attention. I should just give it to you. And she gives you this flower. It's kind of this bluish red tinted flower, almost like a rose. And you can see that it kind of doesn't hold its image in place. I thought it was interesting. I don't think it's anything dangerous or anything like that, but I thought you might like it. I didn't really have time. I'm sorry.
This is great. Much appreciated. be sure to care for it. And and as Taiga's saying this, he's like looking at it and he's like fascinated by it because he likes he's good at noticing. So the fact that he can't pinpoint this thing down when he's like looking at it is like fascinating.
I've had it for about 10 days, and even without any water, it seems to be okay. Maybe I don't know why. Um, but I thought you might like it.
Yeah. Just like, thank you.
I mean, under everything that happened, I guess it's the best I can do. I'm sorry.
I I honestly today has been really great. Treasure everyone given to me because if and the other guild members would have picked up on it just based on his demeanor throughout the days, but he will say it verbally to Mabel. Um, I I I didn't think I was ever gonna have a birthday again.
Well, that's silly. Why would you think that?
Well, I mean, I I I growing up, I always had my birthday with with my parents. After they weren't here anymore, I just didn't have any more birthdays.
I see. It's been rough without them, huh?
Yeah. Uh, I mean, I'm kind of used to it. I guess I guess now that I've had proper birthday celebration, I guess I'm 14 now.
Yeah, I guess you are. One step closer to adulthood, right?
Yeah.
Though I don't hope you ever change.
I mean, I'll always get better. I'm getting faster, more attractive. He just kind of waggles his eyebrows.
She kind of giggles at this. I'm sure. There is one gift, and she kind of looks around. Um, close your eyes. It's a surprise.
Oh, okay. Close his eyes. Holds out hand.
And as you're holding out your hand, you feel your hand kind of get pushed down, and you feel warm feelings against your lips. And the very instant that like you open your eyes to see what's going on, Mabel's gone, and you just hear the door like close because she immediately fucking ran out of embarrassment.
Adorable.
Oh. He sits there, flushed and stunned for a good minute.
What a good end to a good day.
Although it's not over.
True.
Taiga, you've experienced these feelings of what it's like to regain this normalcy once again. Uh, you never thought that you would have a birthday, and now you're celebrating it with all these people, and it's a wonderful feeling. It's an incredible feeling. And you're kind of sitting out as you've been sitting out for multiple nights because you've been kind of waiting and looking for someone to arrive, as you've been doing for a while, ever since you first saw him come back to the guild. And someone appears that you weren't expecting. As you sit there and kind of wait for Link, you feel the presence of someone, and you look back and you see standing above you in the glow of the moonlight behind is Impa. And she smiles and she sits down next to you. Happy birthday, Taiga.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I wasn't there to celebrate with you.
It's okay. Everyone showed up. Had a lot of fun. Got to spend with everyone, and I mean, you made it here now, so
Luke, can you do me a favor and turn your sensitivity more sensitive than what it
Yup.
is? Because we're catching every other word, and I believe it's because you have your sensitivity set up a
Wiggle
little
your
bit.
finger under the mic and go ba 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 boop boop
La,
boop,
la, la,
and
la,
it'll
la.
become more
There you go.
sensitive.
Or
Mm,
that.
mm,
That might fix it. But
mm.
I mean, I've been able to
How's
hear every
that?
word you're saying, but give it a shot.
Is that better?
Much better.
All right. I've been having mic issues recently, so I've been finagling a bunch of settings.
All right. But right now, that's perfect. I've been hearing everything you've been saying, but I wasn't sure if it was me or you. And now I know it might be you.
It's me.
Um, she goes, well, that's fantastic. I promised you something a while ago. And well, I think tonight might be the best night to give it to you.
Oh, okay.
I promised to look up a little bit about your family. Uh, and I have. I've been waiting for the right moment to tell you. And
Oh, okay.
tonight is actually the best night to do it, apparently. Take a look at this. And she points up at the moon. And right now, it is currently, I believe it should be a crescent moon. I'm going to double check too. Yeah. It's a waxing gibbous. As you stare up at the moon, you see it slowly start to become fuller. I looked into your family and I spoken to a few people. And studying you, watching you, at least the things that you do, kind of started putting things into alignment. Your family was those who devout themselves to the blue moon. And as you see the moon become full, you start to see this blue light kind of radiate from it. As once a month there is a blue moon. And you were born under such. And as this light kind of radiates, the bracers that you wear kind of like glow a little bit. Those born under the blue moon have unique abilities, and you are definitely a unique Taiga. you're able to hide yourself in the darkness, unlike those around you. Your sight is better than most. You are a child of the blue moon, the one that combats the red.
Ooh. I like the sound of that.
It's what I can offer you, at least for your birthday.
Thank you. I didn't think I would ever know these things. I thought it was all lost forever.
We are family. And she gives you a hug and kisses you on top of your head. And she says, those who of the Sheikah who are just in heart like you, I will watch over you like my own children. And she kind of pulls away from you and she messes your hair up a little bit.
There are tears welling up in his eyes.
So I need you, and she kind of holds your face in her palms. I need you to be an astounding man when you grow up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because if you don't, I will always have my eye on you.
Your eyes are cheating.
I know.
I'll catch up. I'll be good.
Happy birthday, Tiger.
Hearing Charlotte in the background gives me life.
I turned down my sensitivity.
Link doesn't come this night, but it's still a good night. It's still a good night nonetheless.
Save him a slice of birthday cake for the next time he's here.
You know what he's up to.
Yes.
And with that, is there any input or anything else you'd like to add, Tiger?
I think that's it.
Okay.
That's a lot of great things.
I'm going to use the restroom again. Before I do, we still have Pee-wee. I think I just rolled Pee-wee right now. And the Felon to go. But I'm going to double check if I actually rolled Pee-wee.
Pee-wee did the seeds and Fallon did the light things, didn't they?
Yes, but
No.
But
okay, yeah.
We have recaps still to go.
I was like, but we're still doing this thing. I was like, oh no, wait, we didn't do those recaps.
Right. I did not roll Pee-wee. I rolled Raldak.
Yep.
Now I rolled Pee-wee. Okay. When I come back, we'll go Pee-wee next. Yep, you're next. Out of all those times I didn't roll.
Worst for last.
Man, this was a 4-hour recap. Yeah. Holy shit!
I mean, it's like we took like 2 weeks to actually plan out 4 months.
True.
It's like we all put time into this.
No time. What are you talking about?
Well, guess what?
I didn't have a 2-page list that I went through at all.
We're now on a hiatus.
Oh.
Fucked twice over. What are you doing here? What is this? How did you make this? Why did you make this?
Hi, Ben.
Hi, Ben.
No, it's Matt.
That's me.
Hi,
Oh.
Matt.
You made a fucking origami.
Train out of a Dove chocolate wrapper.
Hell yeah, brother.
I've learned how to make them for years, and I make them out of square things if I'm like distracted.
Fuck you.
Wonderful.
The square thing that I make is a dove, and it's like 6 folds.
It is almost like the beer and the soda. Just
All right. Pee-wee.
Yeah, something like that.
Pee-wee, 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 Pee-wee.
I'm away.
Well, when
Oh,
you
no.
come back,
I was making dinner with headphones. How?
well, guess what? Fallon.
Fallon. We gotta wait for Mitch because that motherfucker would be upset if you started without him.
Oh, it's a
I'm sure
recap.
he's got a couple words to say.
Nope. It's a recap.
Here he comes.
As we get back into things. So,
It'll be fine. Go for it. I don't care.
Fallon.
Yeah.
One moment, I'm checking something.
Yep.
Okay. Fallon. As things have progressed, you have been ever fearful of the promised day, basically. You've been worried about what will befall if you were to be knighted. And when that day did come, your fears were realized, and a being ancient and old known as Vade came and destroyed everything that you thought everything was possible of. You were taken away shortly after, knighted, and put through trials that were secretive to those but you. Gaining a new insight on things and to better prepare yourselves for what's to come. You've been guarding the Princess Zelda ever since this time. You have been basically locked at the hip with her and been seeing things from a different perspective because the town originally were not happy. Everything that has happened was such a devastation that the people seemed downtrodden. And it definitely seemed like a tumultuous time to come. Eventually, that seemed to have stemmed, and the perspective of people started to churn. You started to learn things as you have been one of the few people at the forefront of these storm breaks. You have basically had firsthand knowledge of what these storms have done. That, if not properly situated in most cases, not most, in some cases, that any devastation that they might cause truly does leave a hole of sorts. For more particularly when it comes to the storm breaks that move. If they are not situated, then something happens to the land and is deformed and it's destroyed in some way or form, altered when it comes to these moving storm breaks. So, being the first night, you have been sent out to handle these situations when they have arrived. You have witnessed what these storm breaks have entailed, from adversity to calm. It came in all manner of flavors. There was even a point where one situated itself over Mabe Village, and you saw a different perspective of things. That was a path of what could have happened. Heartbreaking as it might have been. During your time guarding Zelda, you've gained knowledge of what Raylan left behind. And so you embarked on a journey. And those who were willing came along with you on this journey, on your pilgrimage. You went ahead and traversed the bridge of Hylia and entered the storm break that it was surrounded in. When you entered, you saw that within this particular storm break was a situation, a set of buildings and a land mass that was completely changed than what was here originally, as confirmed by Lorath, as he once crossed this bridge once as he journeyed towards Castletown. Being chased by this water elemental that chased you across the bridge, you pushed your steeds as hard as possible to get across, and everyone pushed themselves to the limit to escape this adversity. Eventually making it to the Romani's ranch over at the Farron's region. Spending a little time and recuperating, you went ahead and headed into the jungles of the Farron regions, where you were beset by these tribal Dekus, these agents of chaos that stolen away your friends to go ahead and sacrifice them. Being one of the few who escaped being captured, you went through another personal journey and weighing your options, stuck to your convictions, and flew forth to save your friends. Upon their rescue, you rode on top of the dragon known as Feroce to the Temple of the Emerald Tempest, where you begun your week-long meditation into attuning yourself to the forces of Pharaoh. And upon exiting, properly attuned yourself to the elements of what she represented. You then returned back to the guild with your friends, and after a bit of time, had a conversation with all of them, as they were all still worried about you acting a bit strange, and you kind of aired out your grievances about being concerned of how things were going and the stress that was building up. So you took a moment to kind of center yourself and let that anxiety kind of flow through you. And when you had that moment of clarity, you kind of came out on the other end with a new perspective. So, Now a paladin, a first knight of Hyrule. Is there anything you would like to input?
I think for the most part, the one thing that would be on his mind during this is there's not a lot I can do to help my friends from this position, and I have a job to do. So the best thing to do is try to get to know Zelda better. And we tried a little bit of that before the Samira talk. Didn't really go over so well. She wasn't very talkative. It was mostly business. There wasn't a lot of talking, and then we go on after that. She's a little bit more upbeat, right? And I think there would definitely maybe be like a turn after the relief, and like as the morale of Castletown changes for the better, would it be easier to like actually have like a friendship with this princess that I guard all the time?
It's definitely was something after her parents sacrificed themselves and the master that she knew gave his life up. Uh, she was definitely closed off. It was something that Raldak and Laura took notice of immediately the first time they saw her again. Is that she was incredibly, even though she was trying to keep everything together, she was still in this state of sorrow and anger. After the days preceding that, she seemed to have improved over time. It especially took a turn after she spoke to Samira. That it seemed that everything that had weighed her down seemed to have lifted immensely after that point. And she started smiling a lot more and being a bit more talkative. Because before she was being just direct. Every time she would address you, it would always be a direct address.
Yep, it was go do this, or this is the next thing that we're doing, or etc.
Exactly. Now it's more of a. It's definitely a lot more receptive, as she talks to you daily, and she just generally has these idle conversations now. And you kind of feel the stress of the job kind of be relieved over time as this happens. But when it's time to snap back into it, she is.
Yeah.
She
There's a
goes.
time.
Yeah. But there is definitely a point where she becomes a lot more open once again. You do see the glimmers of how she used to act as you speak with her, of that child that was always smiling and having a good time, even though it's more reserved nowadays. Is there anything in particular you want to talk to her about?
The only thing coming to mind, and this would be like a later conversation, like more towards like the end of the third month. Just on an off note, like in a good mood, everything, there would be probably come up the question of whenever all of this is over, and Vati's slain, we won. What is it that you want to do? How do you see the future?
You know what, Fallon? I don't know if I have an answer for that. To be honest, I just hope that everyone is better off after everything's over.
Then that'll be our goal.
We have a lot of work to make sure it happens.
Something to work towards.
Is there anything else you would like to?
Not that I can think of. Offhand, I've pretty much already had the conversations with everyone that I was going to have. I didn't know if Pee Wee would be interested. Yeah, I was about to say. I was gonna say I don't know if Pee Wee'd be interested in actually having conversations with me and as like part of the job.
Whoa! Don't say his slave name. That's the
wanna
Pope
talk
to you.
I'm sorry, the Pope. Yeah, the Pope. Like you're on a higher pay grade than me right now. There's not. I don't know if I can even.
You're getting paid? What the fuck?
I'm not getting paid at all, actually. Wait, you're not
getting paid in exposure.
Getting paid in exposure.
Paid in exposure.
I'll take exposure. I
Tell me you're
guess.
not. You got the title of the Pope, bro.
That's a hefty title. I don't know what I would start. I'd probably thank you first, right? Like I'd be like, hey, appreciate you coming along for the pilgrimage. Yeah, okay, so here I got a question. So I know that you worship highly a lot. Is there any issue with me maybe doing anything for Pharaoh? Like, can I do that? Or are
Oh
you
my
gonna...
god, my DMs. What have you done to me, Hunter? Alright, never mind. Keep going.
That was it. Was DK.
Okay, Fallon. So long as you don't go killing people, so long as you don't say your parentheses God is better than mine, I think we're chill.
I don't think. Okay.
You could say on par when I'm not around. But if you make a public spectacle of it, I'm gonna be pretty fucking pissed.
Okay. I mean, you're the Pope after all. I can't really. Okay. Yeah, I think I can do that.
Hey, Fallon, before we, we're
Yeah.
busy people. We got an orphanage to build.
Oh shit, you're right. Okay. Where do you want to build it?
I'm gonna look at a map. Yeah, what are
George,
these
let's open a map.
What are these big purple circles?
I totally forgot this is something that we would 100% do because I said that I would.
I'm so sorry. I feel like I'm the only one that's like, all right, we gotta look at a map real quick.
No, I'm on it, dude. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Look at a map to plant a tree. You look at a map to plant an orphanage.
Where are we putting our orphanage?
How about like this corner? You
That
see what
corner?
I'm thinking? I mean, I don't want it in the outer walls for them to get fucking murdered by beetles or something weird.
That's a good idea. And honestly,
And I don't want
Put all the orphans in a corner away from all the civilized people.
no, tell you what. Here's
No,
like a
it's like the
church or
nicest
like
part.
a library. Here's a church or a library, right? Put that bitch right here.
Hey, Fallon,
Right there. What?
you think I could adopt Taika?
That's a
Look at George. Look at George. Look at him right now.
I'm sorry.
Well,
These are the things that come up into my brain, like in the moment.
okay, so we'll have this conversation. At
Where
a
are we
time, but
putting
yeah,
this
we're gonna put it.
orphanage?
I want to put it right here, George. But
Right
if
there.
that's right there. Yep.
Right
Thank you,
there.
Chris.
Buy this
Yep.
person's house and knock it over.
Okay, we leave that X there.
Yep.
That's
That's the orphanage.
X marks,
Because, hey,
Marks the
orphan.
spot. Yeah, there you go.
Tell you what, George. Because of how many people died over this fucking dead hand shit, I would say that there are probably a lot of orphans right about now, isn't there?
O marks the orphanage.
Holy shit! I have to stand up and walk away.
Wow, Hunter.
I'm just being real.
Just a
Alan, I
little.
think you're pissing off our goddesses.
Just a little.
This is your fault. I did nothing wrong.
Okay,
Okay.
that'll be it. Yeah.
We'll get to the orphanage when it's Pee-wee's time.
When we get there.
Okay.
I forgot about the orphanage until right now.
Pee-wee, I guess it's a good segue to you, brother. So, after the events of everything that's happened, and the former body of the pontiff, Meriwether, is shriveled and used up, as a mortal was a host to a deity. And upon further investigation, for those who would ever give a single fuck, the knowledge is that this was just a simple farmer that was taken over. And nothing more.
I wish Harley would do this to me. It's all like
As he
mournfully
rises above the fucking everyone and he towers above, he says this as he goes, I wish Hylia did this to me. And everyone goes, but your holiness, what do you speak of?
I want to be possessed by Hylia. That sounds great. Oh,
Do you?
it's complicated. Is that an option?
Roll a religion
no.
check.
Oh my god.
Here we go. This is the nat 20.
Please,
This is where it comes
please,
out.
Hylia. Hylia.
Please, not one. This
Hylia,
would be really funny.
Please.
Damn it.
Yes!
The
It's a high number!
27.
Become the Baptist priest. Come back, Pontus.
Pee-wee,
Let him host a sermon.
you may not
There's
be
a woman.
possessed by the goddess Hylia, but goddamn, you feel like you are. You feel this new energy as you are brought with this proposition. In this tumultuous time, you are asked to take the reins of something you dreamed. And you take hold of it.
Oh. Yes! Yes! Hallelujah! Yes! Woo! I'm getting excited. I'm sorry.
Pontus, where have you been? Through Pee-wee, you were speaking.
You
Dude, I'm like stomping.
are
in place.
so... One of the very first things you start doing is erecting this orphanage. And you fucking grab Fallon, you go, we're doing this, you know? You erect that orphanage. You build it. And at first it's a troublesome time. The people are downtrodden. But you spread the good word. And at first they're not receptive, but they start to find their way. They start to find the goddess in their heart. And that orphanage starts to get built because, by golly, there's a lot of children that are now homeless. And now they're getting homes.
I'm like ready to clap for myself.
You build this orphanage. Is there anything in particular you want in this orphanage to teach the kids, to inspire them?
Oh, dude, if we aren't putting a big symbol of Hylia and like the smallest white whale ever next to it, like.
As soon as you walk into the doors of this orphanage, it's almost like walking into a church. There's this goddess of the statue, Hylia, that kind of encompasses this whole room. And you could see the wings kind of form the roof. and below it is a little whale statue that shoots water out of its mouth, and it just is a little fountain beneath her. There's a little plaque that says "Form created for the lost children of Castletown by His Holiness himself," and your signature is in there. What does your signature look like?
Oh yes.
Oh my.
You know what's actually funny? I wanted to say bad, but I have like plus 14 to sleight of hand. Oh, it looks really great. It looks
Oh.
fucking phenomenal.
Sweet fucking
I have-
Christ.
God.
You know when it comes
Wow.
to writing my name, masterful. When it comes to writing other things, I lose focus.
It's very important.
Georgie.
Calligraphy of the gods.
It's very
Dude, I
important
can
to
feel
have
it.
calligraphy when you're the Pope. You have things to sign, and they must be legible. And Pee Wee, you've had time to practice your craft. And when it comes to it, there's this plaque, gilded, cemented below the little white whale. And big ass letter, bigger than the fucking text that explains how the orphanage was built, is your name on it.
Can I have
Tears going down my little face, just like, yes!
Can
We
I have my
finally
name?
did it, Hylia!
And
I
you
want
see a
my
little
name
picture
just
of yourself.
scrawled slightly under his name.
It's not only there, but his picture covers
It's
part
like
of your
in the
name.
P.
And you see a picture of him like just fucking finger gunning.
He holds a child like in the picture.
little autistic.
Yeah, you Simba little autistic. All the children are around you, like watching you like a fucking cult in like the semicircle, just praising.
You see an image of Pee Wee holding up a small child, and there's a bunch of children like reaching up to Pee Wee, and you see this radiance.
Oh my god, it's the fucking so you know the tree of the dead hand that we saw, the exact imagery. It's that except the tree is Pee Wee, the top of the tree is like fucking is the child, and the little fucking dead hands are just children's hands. He recreates it, but just for the orphanage.
Yeah.
And next to the baby autistic, it just says Fallon. That way his name's on it.
Yeah.
Is it like in the beautiful scroll calligraphy as
No,
well?
it just says
like
Fallon.
In
No.
two-type
And like
font?
in the Times New Roman text, Fallon.
Yeah.
That's yeah. Like I've had plenty of
It's
time to
just
practice
this.
signing my name, but it's nothing like Pee Wee's art. That
Hyphen
it's
Fallon.
yeah, it's Fallon.
Amongst this Pee Wee, you have gained knowledge that unfortunately the holy place, the Great Plateau, has been blocked off by a storm break, and your baby boy, his fate is unknown.
No.
That's next on the list, Pee Wee. It's okay.
Fallon, that better be top priority.
Slave.
But amongst everything, and it's kind of a good segue into things. Is there anything of note that you would like to address, you would like to do? Because we're going to go into a bunch of shit after this.
Aside from secretly curing Impa, that is secret. Not really anything I can think of. I'm over the moon. I'm glowing in real life. Like I'm like,
Dude, he got his orphanage. It's what he wanted.
He got it.
I got a big ass tree. I got an orphanage. Like
Things are looking up for Pee Wee, my guy.
this is the golden age of Hylia.
You go ahead.
It's all downhill from here.
Yeah. You go ahead and you, for some odd reason, you go ahead and you touch Impa and you cast Greater Restoration. One of the times, very rarely, as she's like distracted and she's like talking amongst peers, you just do it. And she goes, whatever you, and you see this like shadow that's just kind of ripped off of her as you do so. And she goes, oh, wow. I don't feel like killing anyone today.
Praise Hylia! I did it! I'm not gonna die!
She has all that training and pushing people
Been undone.
that she's been doing has been this result of her seeking combat. And she's been trying to put herself into more and more dangerous situations, but she's been controlling it with this sense of responsibility. And now that sense of trying to endanger herself has been removed. A curse that was bestowed upon her long ago. And I can now throw away that I don't have to bring it up anymore.
Okay.
But
And then I just kind of leave her be and go like, I've done this before. I was vibe checking. You had a curse. I got you. Don't mention it. See you later. Just leave her back to her business. Like,
what?
The Pope comes in, cures you of an ailment, and then leaves.
He comes in, explain what's going, or half explain what's going on, and then fucking leaves. Just like, yeah, you had cancer. You're good now. See ya. What?
Pee-wee, you go
You're
around.
terminal. Now you're good.
You're red-green colorblind. I fixed it.
You start spreading the good word amongst your sheep. And the people of Castletown seem to rejoice.
I hate looking at my picture and thinking this guy just walks up, slaps him on the asses. You're good. What's up, homies? It's building
We do need a better token for Pee-wee right now, but it's
Never.
impossible to make anything. It's
Never.
impossible. It's not.
If you
happening.
type, I bet you in an AI, if you do Deku, it's gonna be like, oh, you want to be a My Hero character? I'm like,
Yep, that's exactly what happens.
Yes, you're 100% correct.
We have to go the Pokemon route to make a Deku scrub.
We cracked the fucking code, but it's not even worth it. Yes.
That's really fucking good.
Go Sprout.
But this actually leads into everything else that has happened. As you all have done your individual tasks and build up things, your 3 months of recovery kind of comes to an end. And now we kind of move forward from that point. So it starts with, what do I want to tackle first? I guess I'll start by trying to give you guys as much information as possible. And we'll start off with one of the first and most minor things. Lorath, before you all... Lorath, in preparation to set out to the Gerudo Desert, hired brigs to create items for those who are not acclimated to the harsh conditions of the desert. He hired brigs to go ahead and make jewelry that will make the heat of the desert a little more sustainable for everyone. And those items have been crafted and created. They are rings of, I think I call them heat resistant weather. Hold on, let me see what I got. I made rings. I made rings for you guys. I've made rings for those who can't survive the heat. It's the ring of heat resistance.
Hell yeah, more bling.
And you have resistance to hot weather while wearing this ring. It only affects the weather. It doesn't affect anything else. So there are 3 of them. Who are
They
I?
are specifically designed. Yep, they were specifically designed for me, Fallon, and there's one left. So I didn't know if Rowdak would be able to adapt. A. B. I didn't know if PT would actually shrivel up and die due to the heat. So, but he also can just become potted plant and just photosynthesis. So, not quite sure who wants it, but we got one more. It literally does nothing but just makes your life a little bit better in the sun.
Hey, I have a
do
ring
not
of
have a
gestures. How the fuck did I get this?
The
Yeah,
other thing
I think
is
I
that
accidentally dragged and dropped that.
the other thing
my
is that
rings.
Rowdak could also just hide in shadow and not kill. So basically, it's just a fight between you two of who wants one, but it would be me and Fallon for sure, because the other two fucking people who came from the desert surely do not need it.
I have so many rings on. You can give it to Rowdak.
You see Pee
You're-
Wee and this fucking Pope Goddess Hylia Popat. He's
Blinged
I've
out
got
double
I've
rings.
got 2 necklaces, 2 rings. Like I only have 2 ring fingers, guys. Come on. I'm gonna start looking gaudy or something. You know what I'm saying?
I have 3 rings now, and I have, I believe, 1, 2, 3. I'm thinking maybe 4 necklaces.
I don't want to look as tacky as that guy.
Yeah.
all right. Raldak, Lorath, and Fallon get a ring of heat resistance. Congratulations. You don't have to drink water for maybe a couple hours more than usual. And you won't have to make constitution saving throws each day you travel in the hot weather.
Thank
There we are.
God.
That's
is
what
the
we
big
want.
one.
Yeah, the 3 people with the highest con don't make con saves. Great.
Mm.
Good luck, everyone else.
No, the rest of them else they don't have to deal in the first place, Matt.
Those
So we hope.
So we
those
think.
rings are situated and taken care of, and it's fantastic. Another thing in order, as everything is happening, there is a moment in time where you're all gathered, and you can use that. I guess we'll do it like this. I think I might just drag you guys individually there. That might be the best way of doing it.
Photosynthesis.
And I'm not going to drag every token there, but I'm going to drag most of you guys there. Goddamn Fallon.
Hi.
Instantly.
You are so awful.
But I'm just dragging you there. There is a time during everything that Zelda wants to speak with everyone in the guild.
Where's her tiny chair that I custom ordered?
It's there. Shut up.
It's just a regular chair with a footrest put on it.
There is a time where Zelda calls upon all of you to gather. And like I said, I'm not dragging every token here. I'm just kind of showing you where this is being placed. This meeting is being held. You all gather in this chamber that was created for talks, essentially, because you're all about to head out on a journey to the Gerudo Desert relatively soon, and this would be an opportune time for all this information to be given to everyone, because you've all been at the forefront of all this. And it's imperative that you all know on equal footing the knowledge that is to be given. So, there is a time where Zelda asked to have a meeting. You all gather here She brings the representatives that she can bring. Impa, uh, Laurel, Lilith, Briggs is down here. Mabel's down here. And a discussion is held. And she starts off, I thank you all for taking the time to speak together. I know you all been busy and trying to accomplish everything, at least to the betterment of yourselves, if not the betterment of this land as well. Over the course of time, as things have progressed, we've been trying our best to gain as much information about the Black Talon, about Vadi, about everything. If anything, something to better prepare ourselves to combat this person, this entity, this thing from long ago. And some things have been unraveled after some time, and Lilith kind of perks up. Yes, it's over my time studying the tower that Alaris Raylan left behind. I've been slowly uncovering the secrets of what he hidden, either in preparations in case someone may have tampered with his tower, or just because he wanted to make things difficult. I can't speak for him. But there's been information gathered on Vati and possibly a path to defeat him. Zelda chimes back in. And she kind of looks at the mirror. That day that we were below the castle and the quake started, when that monster decided to attack Castletown, you quickly gathered the shards of the weapon that was used to combat him at one point. It might be a path to be able to fight him in the future. Briggs then kind of speaks up. Yeah, you see, that particular weapon was crafted by these tiny little folk. They call themselves the Picori. Now, they ain't so easily found. And knowledge about where they reside is, well, hard to come by as a good gourmet rock sirloin, if you know what I'm saying. But there may be a way to create something or do something with what remains. I've been scratching my head about it for quite some time. And if we were to reforge something or create something from what remains of that old four sword, at least the shards and that broken handle, what we have here won't be enough. We will most likely have to go into the core of Death Mountain herself. There is legends of a forge deep within the crust that might be able to do the trick. But given the situation with Death Mountain, that might not be possible at the moment. But knowing you guys, I'm sure things will work itself out. Impa kind of interjects. There's also there's also the fact that it's shattered, and the knowledge that was originally used to create it is not easily gathered. But if we can go about it a different way, there may be a path that's not seen yet. Hopefully, all of you can discover what that may be.
Actually, since you're all here, I had a question. Actually, two. Since if we happen to know a location that's hot enough to be able to work the Master Ore, along with using that in conjunction with the Force Sword, and a very long time ago, we talked about reforging magical weapons and armaments. One of the things that was needed is an old magical petrified tree, something that we didn't exactly know the information about then. Would that be something, maybe a potential piece of this puzzle? Maybe not all of it, of course, but a start. At least something to look out for.
Briggs goes ahead and speaks up. Yeah, well, for items such as that, definitely a petrify tree from a sacred tree is definitely what you're looking for. In regards to creating something from that master ore, like I stated before, there's legends of the forge in Death Mountain. But once again, it's currently closed off.
Right. And aren't we close with? Because I remember Goromato, the king of Death Mountain, or the High Mage. I do not remember which. He did come to the first meeting ever to, if anything, just to retrieve his son. I was wondering if we have any relations with them, if we could see guardians.
Zelda speaks up. Chief Gormato has told us not to cross into the borders of Death Mountain or be met with retaliation. I tried to smooth things over, but given the circumstances of how things are, trying to approach Death Mountain will most likely incite a conflict between the Gorons and the Hylians. Briggs interjects at that point. And I don't know about you, little guy, but some of us are as big as mountains. I don't think you would want to face some of those guys.
Understood. We're trying to find a more diplomatic approach then. Just trying to get all the information we can. Please continue.
In regards to that, we would keep looking for into everything else. There's the matter of the goddess trees that, at least from what you all have described, might be in the center of these storm breaks. And if that's the case, although it's difficult for me to ask, although it's difficult for me to ask, I'm gonna kill you, Matt. I'm gonna kill you. Although it's difficult for me to ask, I don't see anyone better to handle the situation when it comes to dealing with what's ahead of us. We will continue to try and learn more, but unfortunately, it's very difficult to learn any information about those storm breaks. I know you are all planning on heading to the Grudo Desert, and one of those massive storm breaks seem to be over in that location. I asked, and I've spoken to Samira about this, to try to establish contact with Yara and to see if we can come to a resolution on trying to find a common ground to alleviate this situation. I hope and I pray that on your journey, it will be a successful one, at least, at the very least, that you all come back. When you do go, I ask, and she kind of looks at you, Samira, that you deliver a message for Yara in my stead, if you could. At least to try to find some common grounds. Overall, one moment. Okay. Overall, there is one other matter. Before you all leave, there is something I would like to do to send you on your way. And if you're not opposed to it, um, I would like to at least give you all a ceremony, a celebration to send you on your way to commemorate everything that you have achieved. And essentially give the people of Hyrule some hope that things might get better. If all of you are all right with doing so.
It would be an honor.
Do you want? Do you want us to give him a big show to maybe try to inspire hope that we're gonna come back and give answers as to what's going on? Is that what we're aiming for? Like you're sending out an elite group of people to go deal with an issue.
I think they witnessed us slay the dead hand firsthand.
You know, I'm not denying that we don't have that. I'm just asking if that's the plan.
Fallon, you're the first knight. We totally got this.
And Pee-wee, you're the Pope.
Yeah.
And we have an ambassador of the Gerudo Valley, and also someone who's
We
lived
can
there
do
their
it,
entire
bro.
lives who knows the back alleys. Route X, someone who can slick inside of the shadows and knows his way around a combat. And I have no idea what I'm here for, but either way, we'll figure it out.
Essentially, this would be held inside the castle sanctum. It is the tallest point of Hyrule Castle. It's usually reserved for great importance. It's originally that's where Fallon was supposed to be knighted, but I don't see any better time than having all of you there and celebrating all of you before you make your way out into the world. And it would be done the day of your departure. And with that, is there anything that you may have regards of
Well, if it helps for anything, I just gestured to Lilith and Lorath. We brought back some texts from the Twilight Realm. If you wanted to go through them and see what
Oh
possibly
God, I thought
lines
we weren't
up.
telling him.
You gross. Why would you bring that? Why would you go there?
I thought we
I
weren't
don't
telling
even
him.
glance at Pee Wee.
Pee-wee, I hand you your original Bible.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
oh shit!
A shake of faith.
This was
And
from
it
when he
Pee-wee.
was a Twilight.
Pee-wee, you start turning the pages of this tome that you, as Pontiff, wrote. It is basically one of those composite books that you buy at like Walgreens or
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
yeah,
God damn it.
and that's what that is. You're going through it. It's crumpled, it's disheveled. A lot of it's just going praise Hylia, praise Hylia, every fucking page, and you're like, God damn it, I still had it even back then.
I look at it like you think I'd get embarrassed by it. I'm like, oh, I'm so great. I know I've always had my shit together.
You know what,
I
Pee Wee?
mostly point out Pee.
Sacred
Goddamn.
text
Pee Wee
right
didn't.
there.
Goddamn. Written by the Pope himself in his infancy.
Mm-hmm.
he knew he was gonna be the Pope. That's
I'll
how
just
much.
point out to Zelda like the book that I made that note in. Like, there's a mark where Vadi is mentioned. I didn't notice it until today, or when I
Oh.
saw it again. There might be others buried in there about what's actually happening.
We will
Hard to say.
definitely look into the matter. And Lilith kind of interjects. I will definitely take the time to study it while you're all away. Hopefully, something can be gleaned. At least any new information that may be paramount can be uncovered.
It is information that's mostly lost. So,
We thank you for it, Radak. Thank you very much.
of course.
With that, if there's
There
any,
is a
yeah, go ahead.
sorry. There is a small matter I would like to bring to the table for everybody.
Okay.
We are heading to Gerudo Valley. There are two ways to which we could possibly get to the city. One is the traditional route, through the gates, through the cavern, and making our way towards the city. But if our information is correct, nobody has been able to get in or out that way. And there is a possible storm surge that will block us. We could possibly, us, find the way through, but there is a second way. Fallon, your father told me about this route,
Oh.
as well as the princess has confirmed of this route's existence. It is a little bit south of the gate, but it cuts directly through canyon walls. Now, this is a little bit more direct. However, it is a pathway that I am unfamiliar with. I have never been through it myself. And if your father is correct, what lies in there is the black lever that your father was injured by. And those are not monsters that should be trifled with. Also, with a little bit of my own investigation, in this cavern could potentially lie information about the Black Talon. What kind? I'm not sure, but it could reveal some of their plans.
I think the choice is obvious if that's the case. Just being honest with you, I think he looks around to the rest of the people at the table. I think we're all in agreement.
I am just simply making everyone aware that there is clear danger that direction.
I look at Pee Wee. Do you think that you could heal a black lever like parasite?
I don't know.
I mean, you're
But
pretty
my
powerful, right?
my faith in highly is, but I'd give it a shot.
I'd give it a shot. I feel real confident in Pee Wee.
I have antitoxin. I'm not sure if it would cure that though.
It's a parasite, if I remember correctly.
I'd
Many
have to
ways
ask
to kill a
Hylia.
parasite.
In regards to that, I hope that all of you, take caution in traveling essentially an unknown path. But if you stick together, I'm sure that you'll all be okay.
Um, would like to ask something. I know that the situation in the castle has been getting better and better by the day. I know supplies are still thin. I've already acquired water, rations, etc. for the travel. Is there any way we can get Lorath stares at his pockets, assistance from the castle in getting supplies such as potions and other things, ingredients, things along those natures?
We'll see what we can spare, um, but we can possibly provide at least some relief in that endeavor. I know Beetle has been starting to restock some of his goods. I'll inquire with him on what he's able to spare for all of you.
Thank you.
Is there anything else that we may be able to possibly assist in?
I guess one of the very last things is, and he kind of looks at Samira and Zelda and Laurel. Is there? I am aware, to a degree, of the customs of entering the Kurudo Valley as a male. I'm sure that everyone here has thought of this. As you look at our group dynamic, well, we are the majority. So, what exactly is the protocol for entering the city?
Laurel
Samira looks to Laurel.
she just smiles at you.
There are special circumstances.
Yes, usually if the leader is most accepting, then it's quite all right for a Vo to step foot into the city of the Gerudo. But given the
The leader
circumstances,
has to give that permission.
And she kind of thinks before he says anything, kind of eyes the room like, oh yeah, everybody here's cool. Like, kind of taps his forehead. Isn't she you know,
We're not sure.
I think that's what we're gonna find out. I sure
out of
hope not.
curiosity, what happens if a non-Gerudo wears the quote gift you were given, Samira?
Is that something you want to find out?
If there's ever been a better chance to find out, I'd rather do it in the premise of a bunch of strong warriors who can very easily remedy the situation.
Is there anything else you wanted to address before that?
I wouldn't mind saving my son.
Well,
That's a good point.
I know priorities, but like maybe next
okay,
time.
where? No,
Yeah.
but where is he? Is he like on the
Great
way?
Plateau. No,
He's up. No, no.
No,
you remember that Leviathan?
motherfucker. What?
Remember,
Give me
we went to Fallon's stupid pilgrimage. We were
No,
on the
yeah, I
Danger
remember.
Bridge. The
Yeah, I
dragon
remember.
came. I was
Yeah,
screaming and praying. I was so
Yeah,
fucking
no,
exhausted. How do you forget this?
I didn't forget. I'm just figuring out that for whatever reason, I thought it was on the complete opposite side of the map in relation to that. Like, we're talking top right corner, bottom left corner, but I didn't know that's where it was. Yeah, I don't see why we can't just pop a U-turn before we head back. Like, easy peasy, lemon squeezy, right?
There was a
Unfortunately, we
Leviathan.
might
Fucking
have
shoot
to
a nut
go.
at fucking Laura.
I'm painfully aware there's a Leviathan. If all of you have the audacity to think that we can't take something like that down, then I really, really worry about the safety of what we're about to do, because we're about to be taking down a god. If a Leviathan is something that we're worried about, we have bigger issues to start thinking about. Until then, unless
hell's
it's a
a
political
Leviathan?
matter where we have to immediately come back to Hyrule and report about what's going on, I believe there should be no issues, Pee-wee.
There it is.
Everyone.
Reddick's just looking at you confused. The hell's a Leviathan?
Big water snake, probably bigger than a few buildings. More
Got
akin
it.
to a water dragon.
Let me know before we go find it.
You will most certainly be aware. We'll probably try to get something that allows us to have access to breathing underwater at that point, but that discussion is for a different day.
That'll be quite the day, actually.
How's Pee Wee gonna handle it? You can walk on
Yeah.
water. Can you swim?
I don't think I can.
Are you hydrophobic?
No,
That's amazing.
I bounce off of water and then I drown.
Yeah, hydrophobic.
as you figure these things out, is there anything else you guys want to discuss?
I know it's off topic, and I know we were drunk on milk, but Laura, did you want to,
I don't think right now is why we're talking about this. I could be fucking wrong, but
we're all here,
I don't
though.
think
We
we're
gotta
gonna.
plan it at some point.
Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Figured this would be after this. I didn't think it would be like, all right, 3, 2, 1, break. We're leaving now.
Are you gonna send letters to everyone? Like we could do this in like 3 more months.
No. That's fair.
Oh, I know
There
what you're
is
talking
the plan of that renewal of vows. That
yeah, that's
is-
literally what we're talking about right now. And I was like, I as a player didn't think it would be like 3, 2, 1, break. We leave the table and then we're immediately the next day leaving.
Not immediately the next day, no. This is just a discussion that's being held right now.
Look, we're active
Gotcha.
people. We do things like we talk about it and then do it.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Look, I wanted to, now that Lilith is here, renew our vows or be remarried, whichever one feels best. I'd be very happy if you were all to be there.
Of course.
You see you see some
Oh.
Zelda's face kind of lights, and Lilith kind of gives this mischievous grin. Oh, come on, Lorath. It's not. You don't have to be like that. It'll be exciting. It'll be something we can give the town to talk about.
That's funny.
You are most certainly right. We definitely can do that.
And
The
if
last
Pee Wee's
thing-
officiating it, then that's.
He will be. Yes, the Pope.
The Pope's first wedding.
It's better than that
Yes.
drunken minstrel that we hired.
It would certainly be better. Honestly, I'm thinking of either a full-blown wedding or just a renewal. Either way,
I think
Pee
it
Wee
has to be a
is
full
poking me in
wedding.
the side.
I think it has to be a full wedding because I'm pretty sure in most wedding vows you say until death do us part, and she died, so you got to start.
Oh
over.
my God, they're unmarried.
Well,
You
till death
know,
do us part,
Tyga,
but
you do have a point.
you do have a point. But death did not have us part, now did it?
I mean, it did for a bit. I mean, you overcame it, but
Either way, I Lilith, I'd leave that up to you, or I can't believe I'm saying this.
You're the one who
Pee-wee.
brought it up, not me, Lorath.
Pee Wee, what should we do?
This is also your first wedding, you know? Like you get to
Did you two
Yeah,
even
is-
have
is
a
this-
wedding? The first time around?
Where was it? I
Sign
think it was in the alley, and he.
We signed some
Rex.
papers and stop.
No.
Oh, you didn't have a wedding.
Holy shit!
Yeah, we
It's a
just
dog.
we went in and yeah.
This is a
Lilith.
number.
Is that what you're most comfortable with?
She just smiles and looks at Lorath, and then she turns to you. He doesn't seem to care about my feelings. What should I say?
Oh, Lilith.
God.
I am so sorry, Lilith.
You know, I would have loved a wedding one to
Can I make an insight check?
show how important I am. By all means. She has high deception. Let's see what we get. Oh, let's
no.
see. Can you look through?
Oh shit, that's Pee-wee.
Damn it.
Damn it. It got me. I was like, ooh.
Yeah, Samira's a
Oh.
little special. She could see people's truth.
She's fucking with you.
Okay. That's Veer's gonna continue going.
Lilith, that is terrible.
I know. It's. She
He
looks
doesn't
at
care
Laura.
about you.
Says whatever's quicker is better.
Laura.
I get it. Winners come first.
That's right, Pee Wee. High five. I look at Lilith and then I look at everybody else. I say, you know what? You're right. We should throw the grandest, biggest spectacle we could possibly imagine.
Of course,
Bring
because
all
Laura,
of the children.
look what you wear.
We will get. Well, I just snap my fingers and I'm just in a full tux.
I mean, this
Need
is
to
the
go.
member of the White Whales, and he is marrying the court wizard, right? So this is
Wow.
this is a big deal.
I suppose it is. I know Laura loves to make everything into a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Then
We're at the
it's
stage of-
settled.
Then it's been settled. God damn it.
Lilith looks at you. We'll have a big wedding right here, right at the guild. We'll invite everyone from Castletown.
I'm suddenly
You
not
know,
into
we'll
it. I'm suddenly not into
we
it.
will
I'm
invite
suddenly
Romani
not
from the
into it.
ranch to be here with
Oh.
Fallon. We will invite your parents. We will invite the Zora. We will invite the Gore. We will invite everyone. Let's make it a blowout.
No, not inviting Tweely.
Oh.
No, aside from Rowdeck, no Tweely.
No. We have to have Helgi
Uh-oh.
here.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
do we?
I
We
don't
need
think Helgi
Camilla,
can
don't we,
safely
Pee
leave.
Wee?
Then this
She's
isn't
not a
happening
point,
before we
really.
do Gerudo. Please, can we do this after the Gerudo? Because this is like a lot.
Absolutely
This is
not.
oh, how much longer
Hey,
are we gonna
the last
wait?
time I
for
saw
you?
Camilla, she was with Auticious at the Great Plateau. Oh God! I mean, Hylia.
Here, call her up.
You just hit me now.
Obviously. Yeah, call her up, Pee Wee.
I hand you. Well, yeah. If you don't have one, I hand you mine. Use the telephone.
I have a pocket gossip stone. It's okay.
Okay.
Ring, 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 ring. Oh, hello.
hello?
Where are you,
Baby?
I'm at the exchange! What the fuck do you want?
Welcome to a wedding.
Okay.
Okay, it's at Castletown. Be there. Be
Who's
square.
wedding?
Some losers. Wait, can they hear? Can they
Yes.
hear what you're
You speak out loud.
Look, if you can't hear Camilla, I just said some losers. But if you heard Camilla, you know.
We can hear everything. It's on permanent
Yeah,
speakerphone.
it's on speakerphone. We just.
All
hear
right,
it.
well, that's canon. I said that. Yeah, some losers.
I just smile. This is actually the
Fantastic.
best thing you could have
I
said.
can go ahead and spread my business. Hey, I know.
Wedding business.
I know who can do the catering. I'll call him up later.
Awesome. This is great. You know what? Never mind. You're always right.
Laura, do you have enough men to be groomsmen?
Well, you take up for half of them, so I'm sure that will be fine.
Oh, thank you.
And then half the people here.
Huh.
You flatter me.
So, the wedding. Before this table disperses, is there any other thing to tackle?
Did you still want to wear the crown, Laura?
Unironically, yeah. Like, not even as a meme. I just want to see what it does. Pee-wee, if you could have ready remove curse so we can get this
I'm
thing
going
off
to
if
bed.
it's any-
Raise your
I,
hand.
lo- I love you. I can't, dude. I'm 1:30. I gotta sleep.
Raise your hand if you.
Gonna miss my wedding.
Yep.
I'm not. We're not doing the wedding tonight. Absolutely not.
Raise your hand if you know where the crown is.
Okay, not
I'm
all
joking. I
of
thought you
us.
guys destroyed it a while ago.
Oh, didn't we?
That's why I've
Yeah.
been confused for a while.
Yep.
I thought Samira didn't want to destroy it, and
No,
she
we-
had it.
She
we
doesn't
did
have
because
it.
if I remember correctly, you did put it
Oh,
on,
I don't have it?
and we already
You
know
do
the
not
effects of
have it. Nope. If you cannot
Oh
remember,
yeah, I did. I remember now. Yeah,
You
I put
hated
it
all
on, and I
Hylians,
hated
yeah.
Hylians, and then we
Yeah.
thought it was really funny. We took it off. We thought about
Yeah.
giving it to Pee Wee, and then we realized it wouldn't do anything because he already hates all
Yeah.
Hylians. Then we destroyed the crown. Yep. Thank you
Yep.
for the. Thank you.
if you are not aware of what you did with the circlet
I just recapped it.
incorrectly, but yes, you did recap it.
Oh, I did.
Yes.
Oh,
If you are not aware of what happened to the circlet, then you guys don't know what happened to the circlet.
If
I
my
think-
fucking character with 20 intelligence couldn't remember because I forgot, that's fucked up.
Okay, roll an intelligence check.
I will happily roll an intelligence check.
I force you to make it a 1. That'd be hilarious. 7. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, are you happy with the
Sleepy-
results?
sleepy time.
Because you don't remember what happened to the circlet.
A lot's happened, man.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, okay. I don't care about the circlet anymore.
With that, is there anything else everyone would like to talk about?
Frank, did you really go to the Twilight Room? It's like the dumbest thing you could ever do. I totally wasn't editing a thing.
Stupid fuck.
All right. If that's the situation, if nothing else is to be discussed, then we can close things up here and end this session.
This is the most I've stood, clapped, and danced playing D&D. And I wish that was a joke.
You're
and
just
me
on a roll.
overreacting. Dude,
You're
that
gonna give me
night
a
session was really good. Can't wait for the wedding.
God damn it.
I'm gonna teach Lhasa to be the ring bearer.
You know what's funny? I asked
Flower girl.
yeah, we were talking about this and I was like, dude, Hunter, would can I make Fallon be the flower girl?